Okay, I'm not quite on. There we go. Let's see. My face is there. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. So glad you can join us. Let's say we have Rain is here. Cami Luna is here. We have Mir, Eric. We have, who else we have? Pluzzing is here. Omayor 20. No feet cam today. No feet cam today, unfortunately. Okay, let's get, you know what we do when we start the streams? We do two things. We start the music, and we ping the Discord crew and tell them I am live. We have so much to cover. This is going to be a fun stream. This is going to be a long one. You know, I'm going to need to hydrate, so let me get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I have my jug of water, or jar of water. And Rain, yes, many Black Friday deals are going to be coming up. Some have already been announced. We'll take a look at those maybe. Okay, Cami Luna's in a call, but participate in chat. Okay, good. Okay, let me just get my notes ready. My show notes, because I took... Where is it? There we go. Show notes. Okay, and let me get a little equipment ready here so that I can whiteboard in front of you. Let me get my notes ready. My show notes I took. Oops, there's some weird audio happening. Don't switch audio. Okay, that should activate in a second. And why don't I put the show notes in front of me? That'll be a little easier for me to see what's going on. Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay, I got my show notes in front of me. Okay, let's begin. So, first of all, who is this stream for? This stream is for anyone who's looking to buy a drawing tablet. And this could be a new tablet for yourself or as a gift, but anyone. Now, because it does cover everyone and anyone, we're going to have to cover a lot of topics, right? Because not everyone's familiar with drawing tablets. And I just want to make sure no one's left out. Let's see, Cami Luna made a good comment here. Let me scroll down, highlight. Huion dropped their Canvas Pro 19 price to $900 right now. Okay, that's actually good to know. That's good to know. And actually, you know what I'm going to do, Cami Luna? I'm going to add that to my one of the topics, which is sales. We'll talk about sales, right? Black Friday, etc. Okay. Look at apps. Give me a second. Let me just add a few more notes. There we go. Okay. So yeah, what we're going to do is, this is for anyone. And because a lot of you know me, but some of you are probably new or are new to the channel. Some of you, this may be the first stream you're actually joining me on. So I just want to give you a little bit of background about why, in particular, you might, that you might think I'm interesting to listen to on this topic. So I've been using drawing tablets for 30 years. And I have over 100 drawing tablets, and I have over 100 drawing tablet pens. So I just have a lot of history on the topic, number one, as a user. Okay. The other thing is, I don't get anything out of this. I don't have a sponsor or nothing sponsored. I don't use affiliate links. I don't have any relationship with any drawing tablet brand. I'm not selling anything. And what I do, really, this channel is actually not about drawing tablets. This channel is actually about creative technology and digital art. And it just so happens that probably the first topic I started with is drawing tablets. And that makes it, for me, a topic, because I've been using them for 30 years, of great interest. And as I started doing it, I just started exploring more and more, getting deeper and deeper, okay? And I make a lot of videos about drawing tablets. And I stream a lot. I think I've streamed 80-something times in the past year. And I write a lot. Essentially, I've written a book, and we'll show you, I'll give you some links later on to some of the things I've written. So pretty extensive knowledge about drawing tablets, okay? And because of that experience and what I've had to go through, what I want to do with this video and with my documents and streams and videos in general is just, there are 3 goals, okay? Which is, I just want to make sure I save you money, because it's very easy to overspend with a drawing tablet, like a lot of technology. And number 2, I just want to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. There's nothing that breaks my heart more than in the holiday season that someone purchases a tablet for themselves or for their child and they're disappointed. Because that's just, it's heartbreaking to read, right? You know, they open it up, it doesn't work, maybe they have to return it, or they're just not happy with what it feels like. And I just want to prevent that from happening to you. And the third thing I want to do is make sure you don't damage your tablet or your pen. You know, and that's actually part of saving you money, because they can be easy to damage, okay? And I just want to make sure one thing is clear. I would be more than happy if you do not buy a drawing tablet. I'm totally happy if you realize you don't need one. That's okay. You've won the game if you realize you do not need to buy one. A great example is a lot of people have an iPad already. And then they might find out that the iPad works well enough as a drawing tablet that they don't need to buy a drawing tablet. And that's success in my eyes, okay? I don't want you to have to spend any money. That would be the ideal for me, okay? Okay, let me take a look at the comments. Cami says, thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Cami. I love getting comments like that. I feel appreciated. And Cami also mentions that Tio on Tech mentioned, the Canvas Pro 19 will go down to $825 on November 20th, as well as some other devices. Okay, fantastic. That is really good to know. Let me actually write that down in my my sales. You know, some specific topics. KP19 goes down to, what was it? 825. 825 on November 20th. That is fantastic. Okay, so here's my approach in this stream, okay? First of all, we're going to cover a lot of topics. And I'm going to start from the basics, because a lot of you either don't know about drawing tablets or you don't know about certain types of them. Some of you are just, again, they're buying them as a gift for someone. So you may not know actually what to look for. But what that means is we're going to take time. This is not going to be a 1-hour stream. This is honestly almost certainly going to be a 3 to 4 or 5 hour stream. So if you want to leave and watch it as a video on demand, that's fine too. Don't worry about it. The other reason it's going to take a while is we are going to answer questions. And notice I said we, because there are people in the chat who are in the Drawing Tablet Discord, which I'll talk about. And they, I think the conversation that we have in chat is also part of the value of the stream. And that takes some time to have those conversations. The other thing is we're not going to look at drawing tablets in an abstract way. We're actually going to use them. I'm going to demonstrate them, all the different kinds of drawing tablets and all their features, okay? And you're going to have fun seeing all those things. It's going to take some time. And I will have recommendations, right, for specific drawing tablets. We'll go over those in great detail, and I'll share those links. But again, we're going to take our time. Just ask questions. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Rain has a comment. If they haven't drawn digitally before and do have an iPad, it might be worth just getting an Apple Pencil just to try it before deciding on another tablet. That's true, and I like that advice. I just wish the Apple Pencils were cheaper because they're not cheap. Okay, which is one of the understanding the price you're going to have to pay for a drawing tablet and for the pens is something we will focus on. Now, how to engage with the stream. First of all, or how to think about the stream. First of all, I promise you, without any, not to brag, but with no hesitation, I will tell you, this is going to be the most comprehensive guide. This stream is going to be the most comprehensive guide on getting a drawing tablet, on buying a drawing tablet. I have no doubt about that because of the depth of materials, the breadth of materials, and the depth to which we can go. And we, again, is me and my drawing tablet colleagues. So my ask of you is to be patient because we have a lot to go through. A second thing I'm going to ask you sometimes in this stream is to read something. Now, I know everyone hates reading, but I have written down a lot, and if you read through the things, it'll be easier for you to understand. I'm not saying you have to read in the middle of the stream. I'm just saying after the stream, there is a lot of reading material, okay? The one thing I want else to tell you about is what kind of tablets I will talk. I will talk about all types of tablets. I will show you all types of tablets. And I will tell you my opinions on them, okay? And I don't consider myself a reviewer. I just have a lot of tablets, and I write down notes about them. And I'm very interested in the performance of the tablets. Not like CPU, GPU performance, but like how well they draw, okay? And I will generally tell you what I think, because I have a lot of tablets, I can tell you about a lot of tablets, okay? And I talk about the tablets I personally own, which, by the way, I paid for with my own money. They weren't gifts. They weren't review units. I don't accept gifts or review units or anything like that. They're all paid for my own money. Or if they're tablets that I don't personally have, but they're well known in the community. There's lots of tablets like that where they might be a little bit older, and we have a well understood feeling for how that tablet works. And since I mentioned I have a lot of tablets, I do spend a lot on tablets. In the past 4 years, I've spent over $40,000 of my own money purchasing tablets. I don't think that's going to continue forever because I bought a lot of old tablets, etc. And pretty soon, all tablets are going to be great. But, I'm just saying that just to understand the amount of investment made to make sure you're getting the data you need. And if I don't know about a tablet, I'll be the first one to tell you I don't know or I'm not the right person. So sometimes, for example, I may ask you to look at or watch a video by T.O. and Tech or Brad Colbo or read someone else's document because they are closer to that tablet than I am. Okay, let's see. We have another comment. One from Daniel. Let's see. I forget how I stumbled on your channel, but thankful for your generosity. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your Canvas 24 3rd Gen note. Yeah, I'll be getting that soon. I think it's available to buy now or maybe soon. Nick Tyler. Suit and tie, yes. Well, when I try to do a more prepared session, Nick, I try to actually have a suit and tie on. Just as a kind of, it's a branding thing. Oops, my tie is not right. And it actually adds a little bit of ceremony to it, which I enjoy. But hey, I wish Wacom will release a new Cintiq Pro. I'd love to see that. I don't think they're going to. Okay, so let's just start off with a few resources, okay? And the first is my docs site. Now, some of you already know, but I'm going to go ahead and paste it in the chat. Give me a second. Let me get there. And this is docs.the7pens.com. Hi there, Yoruka. Let's paste it in there. Okay, that's my docs site. And then the second thing that I want you to know about is there are some key documents you need to know about. Okay, and again, I'm going to link them. Okay, so the first one is I have a buying guide. It is extensive. It's many documents, not just one. But I would recommend, I do recommend that you actually read it or at least link to it. It'll save you or anyone who you know who's trying to buy a tablet a lot of time. So that's my buying guide. The next thing is, and this is linked from the buying guide, but I just want to emphasize it. I have recommendations, okay? And let me go link to the recommendations as well. Let's see, yep. And I'll just show you what the recommendations look like, just so you briefly have a visual sense of what you're gonna be seeing. Here we go, here are the recommendations. And as you can see, they're grouped by type of tablet. We'll talk about each type. And they're grouped by size, right? For the case of pen tablets and pen displays, and by another type for standalone, okay? And I also have a tier list, or tier lists, which we had a tier list stream earlier this week, and I have tier lists for each type of tablet as well, okay? So we'll take a look at the tier lists. Nick has a question. By the way, do the Cintiq Pro, I closed this comment. Do the new Cintiq Pro 22 still have fan noise in 4K 120 Hertz? Yeah, they do. They do. I only use it in 60 Hertz at 50% brightness because I like a quiet room, and that's tolerable. That's actually my biggest criticism of the Cintiq Pro series, the new ones. They have fan noise. I don't know why they have so much fan noise, but they do. I like harmony in my room. I don't like that noise. Okay, and then what else do I have to share with you? Oh, it's a getting started guide. So when you get your tablet, you have to unpack it, do some things. I have a set of steps for you for a new tablet that you should do. Okay, and let me find that link. Again, I'm not suggesting that you read it right now. I'm just suggesting that for those of you who are new to tablets, read the Getting Started Guide. And that's a general comment I will say. You should read the documents before you buy. Okay? Let's see. Cammy Loon says Cintiq Pros are beefy to handle all the colors they can output. Yeah, for some reason, I think they draw a lot of power and thus generate a lot of heat. And the only way Wacom, I guess, could dissipate the heat is to use fans. Let's see, Kat asks a good question. How much of an upgrade would an Intuos Pro 2025 be? I've drawn with a 1 by Wacom for 5 years. Very used to it. I think so, and I can enumerate them really quickly. First of all, this is really hard to say, but the 1 by Wacom is a great tablet. Like in terms of raw performance, it's actually very good. The Intuos Pro is a bit better. Okay, just in terms of I would say the drawing performance, let's say the pen and how it handles pressure is a bit better, especially the pressure range. We'll talk about what that means exactly. The other thing that I think really stands out when you use the Intuos Pro is that it feels more premium, right? The pen feels a little heavier, a little better weighted. The surface feels, especially the 2025 edition, feels less plasticky, and the pen body feels less plasticky. Just feels more premium, okay? On top of it, the 1 by Wacom doesn't have any buttons or dials if those are important to you, but the Intuos Pro does. So those are some ways. Now, it still may not be worth it for you. I honestly, if you can, try to feel one out and see if you like it. And there are cons as well. I want you to make sure that the new Pro Pen 3, for example, the replacement cost is $130. So you don't want to lose that pen, okay? Jurg says, does the Android Wacom tablet generate heat like the iPad? I don't see much heat with it. I don't feel it gets super warm or anything. No, I haven't felt that way with my iPad either, honestly. So I don't know if I'm the best to answer that question. Eric asks, I was reading your document about the tablets. I see you use your Cintiq Pro 22 at 60 Hertz instead of 120 Hertz. Yeah, it has to do with the fan noise. At 120 Hertz, first of all, I don't care for 120 Hertz. I don't get any benefit from it. The pointer lags a little bit less, but it's so tiny. I'm not super sensitive to high refresh rates. I don't care about it. So when I turn it on, and I don't mind to use it, it's not like I dislike it. The problem is that causes the fan noise to kick in a lot more. So That's irritating. That's why I don't do it. Let's see. Nick Tyler, yeah, you're correct. It's not overheating. It's just very warm. The screen is warm at 165 hertz. It's very warm, not hot, just very warm, and you'll notice it. So I didn't like that. Oh, you're welcome, Eric. I'm more than happy. I've heard the Moving Pad Pro gets hot when gaming, but not making art. Probably true. Look, we'll get to it, but I'll just say it right now. The Moving Pad and Moving Pad Pro, I highly recommend you do not think about them like generic tablets. Don't think about them to replace an iPad. Treat them as their own thing, which is as a drawing tablet, and use them for that purpose, okay? Because if you think you're getting a gaming device or something, it might work, but I think the expectations you have that it can do everything are going to be not met. But it's a great drawing tablet. It's a great drawing tablet. Looks like Harris says Moving Pad 11 got a bit warm in one part after several hours of drawing for me. I haven't noticed that with mine, but I will let people know. I have an IR camera now, so I can do some photos of the temperature. Okay. Oh, did I show you the getting started? I hope I did. Let me double check if I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. There's one other thing I want to talk about is the community. And on Reddit, there are four big drawing tablet subreddits. Our drawing tablet, our Wacom, our Huion, and our XP Pen. And I'm the mod of all four of them. So you check them out. Check them out. Okay. Now, the other thing is there is a drawing tablet Discord. And it is, without exaggeration, the world's #1 drawing tablet Discord. And that's all we talk about 24/7, that and digital art. And I think I created it about a year and a half ago, but I just created it. Really, the Drawing Tablet Discord is run by its mods, which are Koyo, Mihao, and Tablet Kitten, and they run the show, and they keep it a very friendly, safe place. And I'd like you to consider joining there because it's really hard to have a conversation on Reddit. Discord makes it much easier. Okay, so if you're not sure about Discord, just check it out, and I recommend you go there. Let's see. Play Osu on the moving pad. There isn't an Android Osu, is there? There's no way to do. There isn't such a thing, is there? Cube. Harris said she was charging it. That could have affected it. Francisco, not on the market right now, but okay, yeah. Hello, Francisco. Charging plus gaming is a bad combo. That Discord is a big, comfy nerd fan. It is. And again, very friendly. And we try our best to keep it, I think, low-key and safe for work and just fun. Osu Laser does support Android. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. I will definitely like to try that one time. Okay, so one of the big things, actually, let me get a whiteboard set up. Give me a minute. And I'm going to use, what is that darn thing called? Microsoft Whiteboard. Microsoft. I might try Miro as well. We'll see. Actually, yeah, we're going to try Miro. I'll take little notes. Hang on a second. Let's create a new or reuse a board. Man, okay, that was confusing. Sorry. Give me a minute. Blank board. I don't have a paid subscription to Miro, so I'm just using its free stuff. I just want an empty board. I don't know why. It's saying, do you want to start with AI templates? And I'm like, no, I just want a board. Why are you? It's so funny. Sometimes it's hard to figure out how to just create an empty thing. Okay, I think I created an empty thing. Okay, so This is just going to give me some place so I can write things down. We're going to try it out instead of Microsoft Whiteboard. And I'm going to write, yeah, let me move it around a little bit so you can see. I'll move the Discord out of the way. And here we go, Miro. Okay. So what are we going to do here is we're going to talk about, I guess I'll just write a note here or a frame. I don't know. We'll just try this for a second. Okay. Hang on. Hopefully frame is what I actually wanted, right? And we're going to call this questions you need to answer. And I just realized it's a little bit, I need to zoom in a little bit for this one. Okay. You can see it. So when you start off with looking for a drawing tablet, I think there's some things you need to do, right? And you know what? That's not the right one. I'm going to delete this frame. And I'm just going to use notes. This will be a little bit easier for me to type in, I think. Let's see if I can change the text size. There we go. So questions you need to answer. And I think they're just basic questions. And if you can answer these, and right now, I don't think if you're looking for a drawing tablet, you're going to be able to answer them. But hopefully by the end of this video, you will actually have some clarity for yourself about how this is, how this is going to work. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to shrink the text. Okay, so what are those questions? Let's go here, okay? They're pretty simple. It's like, which type of tablet? Your budget, how much you're willing to spend. I'm gonna be honest with you. There are some that are gonna be too expensive, okay? And we'll talk about the price ranges. Another thing I think it's important to clarify is like, are you buying for yourself or as gift? Because that's tricky. It is really tricky to figure out what to buy if you're buying as a gift. And again, this is one of those heartbreak stories. So many people buy a tablet as a gift and then they go to, the post on Reddit, it just doesn't work for that person, the giftee. I want to make sure you don't get in that situation, okay? Personally, I think drawing tablets, this is going to sound really paranoid, I'll be honest with you. If the person you're giving the gift to doesn't know you're buying a drawing tablet for them, you're at really a big risk of buying something that they will have problems with, a really big risk. I'm not saying the risk is like 80%, but it's high enough that I would advise you to either buy something else or just tell that person, I'm going to buy your drawing tablet, what do you want? Okay? Now be prepared because they may have things that you can't afford. We'll talk about gift buying. And then the other thing you got to know is what is your intended usage scenario, right? You got to answer these questions because this affects everything, okay? And you don't need to go research these things. You just need to think about what you want, okay? So for example, are you doing art? Are you drawing? Are you drawing, sketching is about the same thing, or painting, right? Or are you doing whiteboarding? Or are you making like educational videos, right? Is that what you're doing? If I can spell educational correctly. Are you gaming, right? Or is that what you want to do? Or maybe you want to just do like, you're marking up documents. You got to know that because there are going to be different answers depending on what you want. When I talk about drawing tablets, by default, you can assume what I'm talking about is I'm reviewing them or I'm talking about them for drawing or painting or sketching. And that meets a certain bar. If you're just wanting to like make Khan Academy videos, you don't need some of the things I would recommend, right? There are lots of tablets that I don't recommend that would probably work good if all you're going to do is like, do electronic signatures and marking up documents, okay? Let's see. Which 22, 24 model would you pick if you're paying with your money and going for professional? Is the Wacom worth $5K price tag? No, it's not. It's not. I'm going to get into that later, Nick, but I'll just say it like this. There is no reason for the vast majority of people to buy a Cintiq Pro. There isn't. You should buy a Cintiq Pro if you work like in, I don't know, Pixar or in a design studio, because the features it has, like the way it works with color, etc., are critical. Maybe you work in, I don't know, George Lucasfilm, right? It makes sense, or Disney maybe, because it makes sense there because there are multiple people working together in the same building that need to see things the same way, and maybe they're working with high refresh rates and things. But if you're someone who is a professional in any other situation, you don't need a Cintiq Pro that's cost $3,000 or several $1,000s. For $2,000, less than $2,000, you can get any tablet. And you can get Cintiqs, which the new Cintiqs are excellent, or the highest end Huyans or XP Pens. Okay, so it's not worth it. Hey, JoinXFi, thanks for joining us. Okay, so we went to questions you have to be able to answer. Okay, now only you can answer what you need, but I'm going to help you answer them. Okay. So we're going to first by just covering the types of drawing tablets. Okay. And let's see if I can just duplicate this. Control C, Control V. And that's our next topic, types of drawing tablets. Okay. Oops, I don't know. Oops, there we go. Sorry. Still adjusting to Miro and how it works. Types of drawing tablets. Okay. And of course, I already have a document on this topic. Of course I do. Let's get there. In Studio, you don't buy tablets yourself. They have in-house Cintiqs. Yeah, I mean, that's why that's kind of what I'm talking about. Things that are purchased in these kind of enterprise situations are they're purchased in bulk. They may have a support contract. The purchasing decision is quite different from an individual purpose. So if you're just an individual, I don't think you need a Cintiq Pro. Do they have the best drawing experience? Yeah, but so do the Cintiqs, the modern Cintiqs. Okay, let's just find the buying guide, because it's actually listed here, and we're going to go there, and I'll show you the video. So choosing the type of drawing tablet, and let's just take a look at what they are. Okay. So here they are, and I'm going to just paste it in the Miro to see what happens. Okay, that was bigger than I intended, but okay. Let's see if this works as I hope it does. X-Battlery Yamashi X. What do you think about UG? I've seen Amazon 16. I don't recommend getting a UG tablet. I will talk about that later. Okay. And by the way, I'm not saying that because there's something wrong with UG. There are other factors that cause me to say that. It's just complicated to get into right now. But I will explicitly talk about brands, and I will explicitly talk about UG later in the stream. Okay. So types of drawing tablets. What do we got? So basically, this is actually pretty simple. These drawing tablets break down by, roughly speaking, ones that are standalone, which that means you can just use them like an iPad. Like they have a battery, they have Wi-Fi. You can just carry them around. They're portable in that sense. They might be big, but they're portable. You recharge them, and there's several kinds of those. We'll get to those. Most people get, tablets that non-standalone, tablets that require a computer. And these have two kinds. Pen tablets, people call these screenless tablets because there's no screen. And pen displays, which obviously do have a screen. Now notice that the pen display kind of looks like an iPad because it has a screen. It kind of looks like these laptops because there's a screen. It kind of looks like a pen computer that it has a screen. But all of these on the right, the standalone, obviously they can just work by themselves. You don't need to be attached them to a computer. But a pen display really is just a screen. In fact, the way to understand a pen display, it's kind of like you take a pen tablet and you put a screen on top of it. That's what a pen display is, okay? And later on, I'm going to talk about these two, because lots of people believe that a pen display is just better than a pen tablet because it has a screen. Don't believe that. That is not absolutely true. Lots of people do not like pen displays. And we'll talk about all these types. But you have to know these types, okay? And hang on a second. It is really hard to figure out which one is right for you, okay? It really is. I can say this, if you don't want to spend a lot of money and you have a computer, get a pen tablet. Because really the most expensive pen tablet is like, it costs more than some of the smaller pen displays, but then basically everything to the right of it is definitely more expensive, okay? Like the best, largest pen tablet might cost more than a really good small pen display, but there's just that tiny bit of overlap. And we'll talk about specific models, okay? I have a pen tablet right here, actually. This is a small one. See, Wacom Intuos Pro 2025. It's thin. This is actually like thinner than an iPhone, okay? It's super thin. The other ones are bigger and thicker and heavier and, require much more power. And they all have the pros and cons, okay? But these are the types. And if you're a beginner, I can't say you should always get a pen tablet or a pen display or one of these. It just depends on all sorts of factors, which we will explore. Okay, let me take a look at some of the comments. Cami says, I have a game dev that uses highly saturated colors in her games. I recommend her Canvas Pro 19. It does fine for color accuracy. She got it. She tried OLED standalones and they were too bright. I can understand that. They are very bright. Cami says, I mentioned Canvas Pro 19 a lot because I recommend it to people who have the money for it and they get it. I got it. Nick says, for me, 19 inches is a bit small because 3D apps have huge instrument panels. Yeah, it varies by scenario. What are you actually doing? And we'll talk about 3D cases as well. And by the way, almost every topic here has already been written on my site. Okay, so this is the types of drawing tablets. Now that we've shown you this, I have to go back a little bit. And this is more for people who have never had a drawing tablet. What is a drawing tablet? Okay? What is a drawing tablet? So it's actually pretty simple. And I'm holding obviously a pen tablet, but the minimum requirement for a drawing tablet is that it's just a rectangle, and inside it there's a thing called a digitizer, which senses a pen, okay? And as this pen moves, and there's an area here that detects the pen. That's called the active area, by the way, or some people call it the working area. And then as you move the pen here, it'll move your mouse pointer. That's the fundamental operation of a drawing tablet. And what a drawing tablet adds on top of a mouse is, besides the fact it's obviously using a pen, these tablets are pressure sensitive. Or actually the pen is pressure sensitive. They know how hard you're pressing. They can detect the tilt that can affect how you draw. And some even do something called barrel rotation, which we'll talk about. And this is a pen, obviously, but you might hear this called a stylus. Either word works. I prefer pen because stylus is sounds kind of archaic. And the technology behind, properly speaking, drawing tablets use a technology called EMR, electromagnetic resonance. Some of these things that I listed here, these standalones, some of these use EMR, and they're true drawing tablets because of that. And some of these devices aren't really drawing tablets. They are devices that have they're pen enabled, but they're not, strictly speaking, intended to be used to draw. Like iPad's a great example. Can you draw with it? Yes. Does it draw well? Yes. Is that its primary purpose in life? No. It's a general purpose device. But pen is good enough that you might use it as a drawing tablet. So again, for a lot of people, if you have an iPad, use that as a drawing tablet if you don't want to spend any money. Okay. Now, I already showed you. Let me show you the recommendations, just so you are clear on what is going on there, okay? So let's go ahead and just duplicate this. And let's talk about some recommendations, okay? I don't know why this text is in the middle like this. That's strange. Okay, so I do have recommendations. I'm going to show you where they are in my buying guide, which is... yeah. The recommendations are right here. Now we could just jump right to there. I showed it to you before, but, and feel free to look at it now. The only thing I want to say is we have to spend real time looking at them, okay? Because if you just go to one of these sizes and just say, oh, I'm going to get the one with the most stars or something, you might be making a mistake, okay? Because it may not be the right tablet for you. So we will talk about that. Let's begin now by actually demonstrating one of these tablets, so everyone's totally clear on how this works. Let's see, Rain. One thing I'd add about Cintiq Pros is you can basically get color accuracy and high resolution for any pen display by just buying a good separate reference monitor. Yeah, that's a great point, Rain. Absolutely. What is the point of pairing Artist Pro with Deco Pro? You already have a pen and screen. Since I do this, in fact, I'm literally doing it right now, but with a different brand. Sometimes it's just like to switch between them, right? For posture's sake, which we'll get into that posture topic. Also with pen displays, they can, I do believe they add just a little bit of extra pointer lag. And also, as you get older, you have a harder time focusing. So when I use a pen display, it's sort of like I'm saving my eyes up to use that for a little bit of time. So I think there are valid reasons to use both at the same time. Okay, let's show you a pen tablet, and I'm going to talk about what's interesting and weird about using a pen tablet. Okay, again, that's one without a screen. So actually, it's a good idea now. Okay. This is a large, Intuos Pro large, okay? I'm gonna have to put it here. And then here's the small. I have a medium, but I just want to tell you, the difference in size is astounding, okay? And normally, I know you're not seeing it, but I don't recommend small tablets. Or more accurately, I recommend them for certain uses, like if you're getting a mouse replacement. And we'll talk more about size. I don't even recommend large, because large is just, it's awkward for a lot of people. This is the size of tablet I prefer. I recommend medium, okay? But I'm gonna be showing the large, or I'm gonna be demonstrating the large because it'll be easier for your eyes to follow what I'm doing on camera, okay? So, let me close a few, or minimize a few windows. And I just want you to see how this works. And I'm going to turn on an overhead. Okay, and you should see a very blurry picture of my desk. One thing, when I'm looking at this conversation that Nick and Cami Luna are having, I'll say this. People are very diverse in how they use tablets. And something that you think no one would ever use, trust me, someone's using. They'll surprise you in how they might be using these tablets. Like, for example, I do use multiple tablets at the same time, meaning plugged in the same computer. And some people find that very unusual. Okay, hang on a second. I need to turn on the focus, otherwise you're going to see blurry stuff all night. By the way, how is everyone? Is everyone feeling good? I am actually super thrilled. Okay, so let me hydrate. And where is my remote control? Here we go. So I'm sitting in front of this. This is a monitor right here. Okay. There's my keyboard. And then there's a drawing tablet. Okay, right here. That's my hands. Let's zoom out a little bit. You can see my tie, residual water, my phone. There's another pen tablet. I'm going to hide it for a moment since it's not important. This is the computer you're seeing the screen of. This is a Minisforum HX99G, and this silver box is a Thunderbolt dock connected to this. Okay, it's useful for some other reasons, but you can, it doesn't really matter that it's there. Okay, so let me just show you, and this is a monitor, how this works. So first of all, I'm going to connect this with the cable. I just got to find a cable somewhere around me to connect it. If I have one, I might need to get a cable. Is this a cable I can use? It should be. There's like random cables all around me. Now this is a normal USB-C cable, USB-A to USB-C cable. And all tablets come with their cables, but typically, especially for pen tablets, you can just use whatever USB-C cable you have. It just has to support data. Okay? So, now this is going to be a little confusing because weird things can happen. So, I have a pen. This is the Wacom Pro Pen 3. Let me zoom in a little bit. And let me move this this keyboard out of the way because it's going to make it a little bit simpler for me to show you what the heck is going on. Okay? So, this is a very typical setup. Now, what do you notice? Nothing's happening, right? Nothing's happening here, okay? Now, by the way, the tablet is working. What's going on? I'll show you what's going on. I'm going to move my camera there. You can see my live streaming station. Watch what happens. I'm going to... You see the mouse is over there, and now the mouse is over here on this monitor, and now somehow the mouse is here, okay? So what does that reveal to you? The active area, the part that's sensitive to the pen, I'm drawing here, but it's moving all over the place. And that's actually an abnormal way these are configured. What you want to do is map, and you do this in the driver. Driver is a piece of software. By the way, this is a microphone, okay? This cylinder here. What you want to do is, when you install the driver for this tablet, which is again just an application to configure it, you want to make sure you have to tell it which monitor you want to go to, okay? So I'm just going to demonstrate that. And this is one of the first confusing parts about a pen tablet, that you have to do this. So I'm going to launch a program called Wacom Center. It's one of the driver configuration UIs. You're going to see it in this top monitor, okay? Or you should see it there. There it is, okay? Let's skip this. And I can configure the pen, but what I want is configure something called mapping. And you can't see it, I just realized, so let's show you what's going on that screen. This is the Wacom Center, and mapping is mapping the, let me show you the overhead again. It maps the active area to a monitor, okay? So I get to pick. Now what do I want to do is I want to map, right now the problem is it's mapped to all three monitors. You don't want this. What you want to do is go over here and say, select one display to map to. And this UI will ask me which one, and I want the one that has just the gray screen, which is the one in the middle, so I'll select that. Huion and XP Pen and other brands do the same thing, though their UI looks a little different, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Now let's show you the overhead again. And now look, no matter where I go on the tablet, it's restricted to this screen, okay? So you can see how the movements work, right? As I move here, it does the equivalent motion on the screen. This is mapped to this, okay? Now, what's the confusion for people? Some people are freaked out by the fact that your eyes are looking here, but your hand is looking here, or your hand's moving here. They find that very disconcerting. I would say about out of 100 people, of 100% of people that try a tablet, I would estimate that something like 90%, or maybe let's say 85%, they can deal with the pen tablet. Another 5% or something, they after a couple of days or weeks, they can get adjusted to this discrepancy. Like your eyes are looking here, but your hand is obviously down here, okay? That disconnect between eyes and hand. And then another 5% or 10% of people, they can never deal with this. They want to be able to draw on here, okay? Now, by the way, I lied to you. This is not actually a monitor, okay? I mean, it's acting like one, but what you secretly don't know, it's actually a pen display. And what do I mean by that? This itself is a tablet. The screen itself is a tablet, okay? So let's go and... I have a different pen for this one. Now, by the way, this tablet itself had that same mapping problem, okay? It's mapping its cursor, its pointer to another screen, right? You can't see it as often. So for right now, I'm not going to bother with that. I'll use an actual, more normal drawing tablet because it'll make it more sense. It'll make it easier for you to understand what's going on, okay? So this is what you got to get used to. And let me just go ahead and open up an app. And I just want to show you, again, what this feels like so you have a good sense of it. And while I'm waiting for that, let's see, let's discard all, create a new document, and create. This is Krita, which is just an app to paint with. And I will start painting here, okay? And I'll get a bigger brush, hang on. I'm using a keyboard shortcut to make sure you can see it. You see that? I can handle this all day, okay? And by the way, there's an advantage to this, which is your back is up straight, so your posture is better, okay? Now, what I do is I actually don't have my monitor down here. I actually have it, I would normally have this up there, right? But I just want to let you know you could do this. Okay, so this is how a pen tablet works. Now, let's talk about a pen display. And for that, I'm actually going to disconnect this. Yeah, that's right, Francisco. It is a ProArt. It's just, and the problem is, you'll see it. You see, the mapping is a bit off, and that I don't want to confuse people about how to fix the mapping right now. Let me take a quick look at the comments while we're at it. Is the Intuos Pro Large the same size as the Moving 14? Actually, it's a little bit larger in terms of active area. Your fake monitor looks like a portable monitor. It is, yes. That's correct. It uses UD-EMR. That's right. In fact, this pen, this UD-EMR pen, this is an S Pen, works with both of these tablets that I have. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to find... Let me find a tablet that's a real pen display, or normal pen display from Wacom, where I know how to control it, and I'll demonstrate that for you. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and what I have here with me is the Wacom moving. It's a pen display. Okay, now it's a bit expensive for a pen display. I'm just getting it because it's super light and thin. Okay. Someone was asking me, what's its size compared to the Intuos Pro Large? I'll go ahead and just show it to you. The moving is in front. See, it's definitely not as big, either physically and the active area is definitely not as big either. So this one's actually quite a bit larger. Okay, so I'm going to move the Intuos Pro Large, the pen tablet, away, and we're going to go to the Movink. This is the Movink 13, Movink 13. And, oops, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show you what I'm doing. Let's scroll down. I'm going to disconnect this thing. So it's just completely, there's no power. I'm going to plug this in somewhere. There we go. See, it's getting power, and now it sees it as a monitor, right? And it works just like any monitor. Of course, that's what a pen display is. It's a monitor that works with a pen. I've got Krita up already. I'm going to just drag it down, or wherever the heck it. Let me figure out how to arrange my desktop here. Give me 1 second. Display settings. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing so you're not confused. Let me identify. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 2, 1, 3 should be down here. Apply. Then it should work. Then it should work. Okay. You've got to arrange your, you have to tell your computer the physical arrangement of your things here. So there we go. Everything's working. Let me show you the overhead now. And you can see that, let's see if the pen works correctly. Yep. See how, this is how it's supposed to work. The pen actually directly moves the pointer. And if it doesn't, sometimes the tablet driver is kind of confused. You can just tell it again where it's supposed to be pointing at. Let's zoom in for you. And there you go. You can see it, right? Now, let me go ahead and drag in Krita here. And delete this. And of course, it's much more obvious what's going on. There is no disconnect between eyes and hand. So this is a pen display. Now notice though, this is one of the weird things with the pen display. I'm going to close Krita because it's easier to see this. I'm going to slowly move the pen. The pointer's under the tip of the pen, isn't it? Watch what happens as I move faster. You see the pointer is not, like if the faster I move, and that's not an optical illusion, that's actually happening. I see it with my own eyes. That's called pointer lag. And even the pen tablet had it. It's just pen displays have more of it, and it's more obvious because you have something you can visually compare the pen tip with, right? So this is something that might be disconcerting to you. And just so you know, this amount of pointer lag is normal for pen displays. They all have this. Some have maybe a little bit more, some have maybe a little bit less, but it's like 5% difference, maybe 10%, but nothing has no lag. Okay, now why that is a much subject of some debate. That's one of the cons of a pen display. Another con, which we'll talk about later, is something called shrimping. And shrimping is, you're gonna have to see me when I do this. To draw, even if I put it up on a stand like this, people, but especially if I put it down on flat, people have to, they're kind of hunched over. And that can put a lot of strain on your lower back, or maybe your neck. So a lot of people can't do this for long. So that's a negative for pen displays. Lots of people get a pen display and they go back to pen tablets. Okay. Let's see. Let me get some water. And there are many kinds of standalone tablets. Okay. And I'm going to show you one of them, which is a. Hang on a second. Let me zoom out. Which is it's a mobile device. And by the way, I love this one. Everyone knows the thing I'm going to show, don't they? I've talked about it so much. This is a Wacom Moving Pad Pro 14. Costs about $900, I think. I love this thing. Okay. Notice there's no wires here. Why? It's like an iPad, right? It has its own battery. It's Wi-Fi, and you know you can. Let me just log in here for a second. Okay. It's trying to say it wants me to finish an update. Do it later. So I've got a drawing application here already. This is, I think, High Paint, and this is some. I really like this, and this is a standalone. Okay. Which one's the right one for you? I don't know, but I just wanted you to make sure you knew the 3 different kinds, right? Now this is an Android device. Some are Windows devices, like they're basically 2-in-1 laptops. You have an iPad, of course, and then there's another class called pen computers, which I do not recommend. Those are like the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, because they're super expensive to repair or get serviced. So I recommend, if you're going standalone, either get a 2-in-1 laptop or one of these. And we'll cover the specific ones, but this is the Wacom Moving Pad Pro. So those are the 3 fundamental types: pen tablets, pen displays, and standalone tablets. Okay, let's take a look at the comments. Nefs P2 says, I've seen you on Reddit, but didn't know you did YouTube. You're dressed properly. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, too. I like you said, I'm American, by the way. I don't know why I said mate. 22 and 2 is large. It's perfect size, Nick says. I do love it. $1 pencil and paper has 0 lag. That's true. And it's low power consumption. I got the Microsoft, Yaheli says, I got the Microsoft Moving Pad Pro 14, and it feels like the IF is off when I glide my pen touching the screen, but just barely doesn't register. I haven't noticed that. In fact, I'll do it right now. It's possible. Remember that there's some variance between pens, so it is possible. There is something being drawn, but I would say also you should do this with a very big brush. I think the IF is low, but yeah, I don't have any equipment to measure. It's very hard for me to measure IF, by the way. The only person I know who does it well is Cube. I don't pretend to do it well. Plutzing says, I'm going to ask about drawing tablet display recommendations, but in the Discord. Yeah, please feel free. And let me see if I didn't. My mega cartoon multi-screen setup, yes. By the way, speaking of the new Intuos Pro, have you tried using it as is with tablet in front of the keyboard? No, I mean I did try. It doesn't work for me, Nick. I accidentally hit. It's just weird, especially because it's large. Okay, so I keep the keyboard off to the side, and I use the toolbox. Let's see. Yeah, there's a tablet tester in Krita. You can see it. Okay, so you got the sizes. Let me get my notes, and we'll get back to. Okay, so now we're going to demonstrate core features. Okay, and for this, probably instead of using the Moving Pad Pro, I am going to move this away, and I'm going to, because it'll make more sense for you visually, I'm going to use the Move Ink, okay? Because if I don't use the Move Ink, then, it is hard for you as a viewer to understand what I'm doing if you don't see my hand moving on the screen. So we'll see how I can make this work for you. Doug Dabs, Ergo Josh in his Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3 review said, and Huyan did tell me there's something new around the corner, potential CS release. I'll tell you what I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping that it is So they've been adding Pentec 4.0 to their tablets. I would like, first of all, for them to add that to their pen tablets. So I'm looking for a new Huion Giano. I think they need to do that. Personally, I really like the 22-inch size, so I'm hoping that that's one they add. But yeah, I strongly, if I had to guess, I would say they're going to add Pentec 4.0 to some pen tablets. That's what I'm interested in. Okay, let me make sure the next part of this demo is going to be working for you so you see what's happening. Okay, this is great. Okay, and to make this completely work, I need to, this is going to be an interesting trick. By arranging my Windows configuration of pen displays, I'm going to project what's on this screen to you so you can see my hand and the screen simultaneously. Okay, so just give me a second. Duplicate 1 and 3. Okay, keep changes. Okay, so now you see exactly what's happening, right? Oh, Nick, look at Nick. You're killing me, Nick. Maybe a new Huion drawing glove design? Maybe. Sorry, there is something really exciting. I believe, was it Cami Luna that discovered this today? I think it was. Maybe it was Hera on the Tourbox subreddit. They are going to be adding support for Tourbox for Android, for the Tourbox, the Elite Plus. Super excited about that because I need that. I love the Tourbox. I want to use it if I'm moving, so I'm very excited about that. We'll talk about the Tourbox when we get to accessories. Okay. You see this, let's demonstrate features. So you need to understand. Let's go to Krita. And why do I talk about Krita? It's free. The first is, this is more again for beginners. Pressure sensitivity is, so this brush has a size of, let's say, I'm gonna make it a big brush so it's totally obvious to you. Like 150 pixels almost, okay? And then this is a pressure sensitive brush. And let me just show you, I can look at the brush settings here. And it's saying that the size is controlled by the pressure. Don't worry about this stuff. I'm going to set it to this. All this line means is, as the pressure goes up, so does the size. So if I press with low pressure, and as I press harder and harder, the stroke gets bigger. And by the way, I don't need to do that to just the size of the brush. I can actually change it such that the brush has a static size. Let's show you that again. Okay, see? It's now not responding to pressure because I've configured it that way. I can make it respond to the, where is it? Opacity. I think this should be it. So pressure is mapped to opacity. Let's see this work here. Oops, I did not do that correctly. I messed it up somehow. Let's see if why I didn't. Oh, that's the masked brush. That's why. There, I want this opacity. There we go. So I want to click Enable Pen Settings, Pressure, and set it like this. And see, I'm pressing lightly, and then as I press thinner, it gets darker. And I can do both at the same time, by the way. Size. Now, Krita UI is a little bit complicated. But I just want to let you know, if you've never seen what pressure, see, now it's getting darker and thicker as I press, right? So just to show you what it means, okay? Now, there's something called tilt, and tilt is when the brush falls like this, okay? And it's both like what's called the azimuth or direction, like this kind of clock turning or compass direction. And there's also how high it is, okay? That's called the tilt altitude. So I'm going to show you those in action. Like, how do you use those things? This is actually very interesting. I'm going to go back to this brush. I'm going to turn off the size. And I'm going to find a different brush, actually. I need a brush that has an asymmetric brush tip. Probably this will do it. Let's see. Yeah, that's very asymmetric. Perfect. Okay. Now you notice the brush tip is like rotating all around the place. What's going on there, right? And there's all sorts of ways the orientation of that brush tip is working. And what we're going to do is we're going to control it by tilt, okay? And there are different kinds of tilt that will control it, but we are going to pick tilt direction, okay? So look at my pen. Do you see now I have total control over the direction, right? Basically, the compass direction of the pen, let me clear the screen so it's more obvious. So it's got this shape when I'm pointing to the left, and as I start moving, I rotate it to the right. It's oriented this way, okay? Now I didn't have to make a curve like that. I could actually just rotate it like this, but look at the motion I have to do with my hand, right? Because the direction I'm pointing changes. That's how you can use tilt. Tilt can also be used to make the brush bigger, because like in a pencil, if you tilt over, you want to make the brush wider, as if you're pressing down and making the pencil lead touch more of the paper. So that's tilt. Now there's another feature called barrel rotation, and that's when the pen is spinning like this, like it's spinning around its long axis. That's a more advanced feature. I'm not going to demonstrate that here. I also need to fetch another pen, and I want to do I'm going to sort of progress a little faster. But I just want to show you, those are the features. So basically, all the features, the core features, are the tablet can sense the position of the pen. By the way, I'm not touching the tablet. That's the tablet can sense the position of the pen even when I'm not touching it. That's called hover. And of course, it senses the position and pressure, and it senses the tilt, right? So those are the core things. The other things is the pen has buttons, right? There's actually two buttons. If I press this one, I can change the tool from the brush to the hand and move it. And the other button causes, I don't know what it does. It switches to the eraser temporarily. You can configure what the buttons do, and they do different things for different apps. You can even configure it per app. So those are the core features of all tablets, not just pen displays, okay? Pen displays have a few, they have that, plus they have the screen, obviously. So everything I showed you will work with the pen tablet. Okay, let me get back to my notes, and let's see. Okay, there's some specs I want to talk about, okay? And let's go back into, where's my OneNote, or my Miro? Do I not have that around here? Hang on a second, folks. First, let me close Credo, because it's getting me confused. I guess I must have closed that Miro window. That's okay. We'll get right back up there. Okay. So I'll just reuse this one. We're going to talk about specs, okay? And here's the truth. There's lots of specs that are listed on a drawing tablet. Some of them you don't need to worry about, okay? There's a lot of marketing that says you should worry about this and this and this. The truth is there's lots you don't need to worry about, and there's some that you need to worry about, okay? That probably you don't realize. So let's go ahead and... Actually, let's take a look at the specs for a tablet, okay? And let's take a look at Wacom. Let's just see what they say. Wacom, we'll do Cintiq 2025, okay? Let's see this. We'll take a look at the Cintiq 24, and I'll just tell you what the specs mean and whether you should care about them. Rain's asking, do you have the Elite Plus, or will you have a 6? Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy another tour box, and that will put me at six or something tour boxes. Cami Luna, it wasn't you? Yeah, I was so excited. Okay, so take a look at these specs for a second. I know they're gonna be somewhere down here, and we'll just talk about what you should care about. The core specs, where are they? Oh. They should be somewhere here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, you do care about the size of the screen or the active area. We'll talk about different sizes. There's no one size that works for everyone. So size is important for you to care about. We'll talk about that. Technology, that in this case, this has a screen. It's the screen type. This is IPS, it's fine. Very few tablets have OLED. AG means anti-glare glass. I'm looking for the tablet specs that really matter here. Yeah, okay, here are the ones. So, the pen actually matters, but it's not obvious why yet. The pen pressure level. So this means there are 8,000 levels of pressure from low to high. This does not matter, okay? This does not matter. Advertising and marketing would have you believe that this is the most important spec of all. It is not. You only need about 2,000 pressure levels, and every tablet on the market has at least 4,000. Actually, only a couple have 4,000. 99.9% have 8,000. You don't need any more. You don't need 16,000. So if you're thinking about comparing specs and you're saying, oh, should I get this 4,000 level tablet or 8,000? Ignore it. You're not making a difference by choosing that way. So just ignore this. Pen type, it says pressure sensitive, cordless, battery free. All drawing tablets are pressure sensitive, cordless, and battery free. All modern ones anyway. Number of side switches, this is buttons on the pen. Wacom calls this side switches. It says 3, normal pen has 2. You don't want 1, you want 2 or more. Pen tilt supported, 60 degrees. That means the pen can go. So this is like, it means it can go from here, 60 degrees down, in any direction, okay? Now, why is it 60 degrees? Because if it goes beyond 60 degrees, the tablet has trouble figuring where the pen is. So it's been 60 degrees for literally decades and it's not changing. Pen resolution. What this means is, on the active area, whether there's a screen or not, that in a single inch in this case, because this is lines per inch, it can detect 5,800 different points for each inch. Or that's also another way of saying is 2,000 lines per millimeter. 200 lines per millimeter. Now, most tablets say they're 5,080. Some say they're like 2,000 something. But the truth is, if it's 2,000 and above, it doesn't matter. You will never be able to tell the difference between the two, okay? There's more than enough resolution for every tablet that's been released in the last 10 years. Let's see, Cube does have a couple of comments here. There's still 2048, but I think that's only... Oh, CTL7 X72 only does 2000. And by the way, if it's lower, you can always do something that will make it smooth. Do not worry about it. But Cube says lower than 8,000 from a brand that isn't Wacom is a huge red flag, though. And Cube, I think by that, what you're pointing out is, tell me if I got this right. I think what you're pointing out is, for another brand, let's say Huion, if you see a 4,000 pressure level tablet from them, that indicates like their older tech, right? Which you shouldn't buy, which I'd agree with it. But can you confirm for me that's what you mean? Okay, I see your next comment. I think that is matching up. Okay. Cami Luna says, if you categorize pens by pressure levels, each model has a different max pressure. So you'll get different drawing experience. Yeah, we're going to talk about the pens because that's different. Francisco says, XP pen 16K pressure level is excessive marketing. The most important spec for the pen is accuracy. Accuracy is very important. The truth is most pens are accurate. And accuracy means like, is the pointer directly underneath the tip, okay? Now, there's a kind of accuracy which is like it's a thing called tilt compensation. And it's hard to explain the physics behind this, but basically as the tablet has to figure out where the pointer should be, even if the pen is tilted. Wacom does a great job of this. Huion does a very good job of this. XP pen still is, they're like 80 or 90% good at this. In some angles, they're off by just like a millimeter or so. Most people will never notice, okay? But that is another spec. The problem is no one talks about that spec, right? So you have to watch reviews. Tio, I think, Tio and Tech, I think he's now looking at the tilt compensation. Huion calls tilt compensation something different. I'm not even sure where I got the name. Someone gave it to me. But that's another spec you got to pay attention to. Now, there's another spec that is not heavily talked about. We need to talk about it because it matters. Okay, it has to do with pressure, but it has nothing to do with pressure levels. It has to deal with the physical pressure range. Okay, so when you're pressing down with a pen, there's an amount of force you're exerting. Let's say on my fingernail here, and just if I graze my fingernail, it's like, I'm just gonna make up a number. It's very light. The tiniest of grazes might be 1/100th of a gram force, which is not a lot. And the pen can't really detect that, okay? A typical pen can detect around 3 gram force, okay? So think about what 3 grams of sugar would be like. A typical pen would require you to push down with that much force for the pen to detect it. Remember, the pen pressure detection is hardware in the pen, not the tablet. Tablet does not know about pressure. It is just reporting pressure, which is what the pen is detecting. So the pen detects the lowest amount of physical pressure can detect, called IAF, initial activation force. I know Brad Colbo calls it initial activation rate for some reason, but that's okay. It's initial activation force. And it's a unit, the unit is like gram force. Typical pen will have 3 gram force. Wacom professional pens can detect less than 1 gram force. Now, how do we know this? First of all, I am not good enough to measure that. Cube has measured it on many Wacom professional pens. Also, Wacom has published material that says their pro pens can measure like 1 gram force, and that's the lowest in the industry. Huion and now XP Pen claim that they can measure 2 gram force, which is better than 3, but still not quite as good as Wacom. So Wacom still leads us. Now, why is IF important? The higher the IF, the harder you have to press. And at a certain point, there's bad IF. Like at 5 gram force, you'll notice you're pressing, but nothing's drawing. So that's a spec you have to research. And the only way you're going to find out, because it's not often published, sometimes it is, but you're going to have to ask people. Now, I measure pens, but I don't measure IF well. But I can tell you what people have found and what Cube has found, at least with the Wacom pens for the most part. But generally, yeah, if you're sensitive to IAF, you got to get a Wacom pen, a Wacom professional pen, or some of the other consumer pens can do it. Consumer pens, in general, don't tend to have low IAF. Okay, so that's a very important spec. The other spec, which is rarely talked about, is the maximum pressure. How hard, if this is 1% pressure at light pressure, I'm going to stab myself. If you press down hard as you can press, when will it reach 100% pressure? A good pen will have a maximum pressure of 350 gram force. And a bad pen will have a maximum pressure of 150 gram force. An excellent one will have about 500. And there is a concept of having too much. Okay, you have to press down too hard to get to 100. Now you do want to have something that has, if you have 200 gram force, it's okay. This pen is just okay. Its maximum pressure is 200 gram force. Its IAF is something like 8. So this is not a great pen for artists. This is a Samsung S Pen, by the way. Wacom Pro pens, like the Pro Pen 2, has an IAF of less than 1 gram force, according to Cube, and something like 800 gram force for the maximum. That's excellent. That's a super wide range. A super wide range like that, a high maximum pressure, gives you control over pressure. If the range is too small, your strokes get blotchy, okay? So you have to be aware for that. And unfortunately, that means you have to make buying decisions based on the pen. Let me give you an example. Let's suppose you have a tablet and you want to get a new tablet. If the new tablet has the same pen as the old tablet, don't buy it, because the pressure certainly will not be any better. The pressure handling won't be any better. Another way you'll encounter this is if you're used to a Wacom professional pen and you say, oh, I want to get a Huion. You probably don't want to do that because their pens don't have the same fantastic pressure range as a Wacom professional pen. You have to keep these things in mind, okay? Lots of people will switch to a Huion or an XP pen and they notice it, they have to press down harder, and it irritates them. Now, I'm not one of those people. I am sensitive to IAF, but not super sensitive. Cube is much more sensitive to it than I am. Lots of artists are really much more sensitive than I am. For me, 3 gram force is fine. 2 gram force is excellent. But I can't even tell the difference between 1 gram force and 2 gram force. I can tell the difference between less than 1 and 3, and I can tell the difference between 3 and 5. But some people, unless it's under a gram force, they hate the pen. Okay, only you can figure out what you like. You're gonna have to try pens. If you can, if you have a friend who has a drawing tablet, use their pen. Try drawing, and unfortunately, there's no place you can go to try different tablets out. It's pretty rare to have retail locations, but that is what you'd have to do. Let's see, there's some comments here. Even on Blessed by Heaven's Wacom Pros, pressure curves can change the tip field drastically. Yeah, Nick raises a great point. There's a thing called a pressure curve, which you can think of as a pressure processing curve, which affects how pressure works. And you need to learn how to use those to use your pen effectively, okay? I'm not gonna cover pressure curves other than that when you get your tablet, you have to learn you have to customize it in the driver to get the most out of the pressure. Pleasing says, to be honest, I'm kind of guilty with the pressure level marketing. So was I. 4 years ago, I didn't know any better. Now I do. And that's now my mission in life, to make sure you know. That's why reflexively, whenever I see an advertisement for a 16K pressure levels, immediately on the stream I'll say, don't buy into the hype. That's all complete marketing nonsense. It will not help you. I'll tell you what, I will admit I am wrong if someone can do like some double-blind study with 100 test subjects that proves they can reliably, that means with greater than 50% probability, detect a pen with more pressure levels. Okay? If that's possible, then I'll believe it. But I don't believe that's true, and no one's going to do that test. Most pros I know, Nick says, work on Pro Pen 2 are curving down to hard tip feel, which increases IAF. Well, not necessarily, Nick. Because pressure curves don't necessarily change the IAF. You can. It depends on what the specific changes is being done in the Wacom driver. Because at a certain point it will not change the IAF, and at a certain point it will. And you have to carefully look at the curve. I don't feel like you should press 500 gram force against any screen. Yeah, that's at a certain point it can get scary, honestly. JoinX5 says, I went from Cintiq 22HD to Canvas 19 Gen 2. Oh, the XP pen. And I can't touch the display with a nib without leaving a mark. See, that's what you want. Because remember, if your pen is too sensitive, you can fix that with the pressure curve. If it's not sensitive enough, you cannot fix that. You can't make your pen more sensitive. You can just make it less. You can't increase the maximum pressure, but you can decrease it. So that's why it's okay if your pen kind of is too sensitive on the low end and requires too high maximum pressure. You can fix that problem with pressure curves, but the opposite problems cannot be fixed. What makes it challenging also is different pen units. The same model, if I have 50 of these, there'll be some variance between units. Yeah, Rick, you're right. They're protected, but like I know for a lot of people it feels strange to press down that hard. Trying not to leave a mark on 3 gram IAF pen is harder than leaving one. That's right. That's when you know something's sensitive. If you have to work at not leaving a mark. Okay. So we went through some basic specs. You know what I have to say. Forget pressure levels. Look at IAF of the pen and maximum pressure of the pen. Okay. And you know what? If you talk to customer support, ask them those questions and make them tell you what the number is. And the reason I want you to do that is because then we can test the theory. I have over 100 pens, so I can do some measurements. Cami Luna, she raises a really fantastic point. The Deco 640 is marketed to have 16,000 pressure levels. That tablet also works with the G420 tablet that supposedly has 8K pressure levels. And the driver picks up the pen as 16K. So what does that tell you? Okay. By the way, here's another sign. Wacom even with their newest 2025 tablets, still use 8,000 levels of pressure. They haven't moved it up to 16. You would think they would do that, right? Because it would be better, but they haven't. They have chosen not to do that, and I salute them for it. Joinix5, I would agree with you. 3 grams IEF is good enough for most human hands. I agree with you. Most people will be fine there. I am fine there. There are some artists, especially, who don't like that. They will notice it, right? Okay, let's get on to the next topic. Where am I? Show notes. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to talk about some pen display features. Display resolution, that is like, HD or full HD or 2.5K or 4K. It depends on your preference. I would say full HD works at 13 inches to 16 inches maybe. At 16 inches, you kind of want 2.5K HD. And then at about 22 inches, you need at least 2.5K to 4K, okay? So it just depends on the size of the pen display. Brightness, most pen displays really are about 200 to 250, maybe 300 nits of brightness. They're not bright like an iPad, and that's kind of okay. And the reason for that is, I'll just do it for you here. Pen displays are right up on your face, especially when they're larger. That's a lot of light already. You don't need them to be super bright. Also, because these tend to be big, you use them inside. They're not, you're not going to a park and using them. If you get a standalone, they will be brighter. But yeah, typical pen display is not bright. It's not dim. They're just not like, just shooting a light at your face, and I think it's okay. Parallax is another topic. And basically, it's the separation. Like if you look, it's hard to see here, but it's how close the pointer looks physically to the tip of the pen, if you're looking at an angle. I think those are the core specs I talk about. And I cover all these in my document, so I don't want to go too deep into them. Okay, let's just take a look at the comments. Oh yeah, I forgot about that cube. The infamous UG firmware update that bumped up tablets from 8K pressure level 16K purely with firmware. You got to wonder what was going on there. Okay, let's talk about probably one of the most controversial topics ever. Should you get a pen tablet or pen display? And I've written extensively about this, and let me show you. I'm going to put the link in here. We'll just go over a few topics here. Pen tablets versus pen displays. Okay, let me put it in the chat if I can find the chat. So this is the most sort of controversial topic of picking between the types of the non-standalone. So I guess the fundamental thing is there's a general myth that I want to dispel. Many people, for whatever reason, I don't know why, they tend to believe that because pen displays are typically can be larger, they're more expensive, and they have a screen, they tend to be more expensive. For some reason, I don't know what it is, people just think pen displays are inherently better than pen tablets. And I have to tell you that's false. Do they have advantages in some ways? Yeah, but so do pen tablets. It's not a clear victory for pen displays, okay? And lots of people get them and realize they don't like them. So I just want to cover with you how to understand these two things, okay? So is one better than the other? No. Neither one is inherently better than the other. It really depends on what you are looking for and how you work. And your posture has a lot to deal with it, okay? Another myth that comes up quite a bit, I'm going to zoom in a little bit if I can. Can I zoom in? Okay, I guess I can't. Here's another myth I hear all the time. Professional artists only use pen displays. It is a true myth. That's not true. There are plenty of artists, yes, that use pen displays, but there are plenty of professional, meaning this is their job, even in a studio, that do not use a pen display. They prefer to use pen tablets. So don't get wrapped into this, oh, professionals use these expensive pen displays. Not true at all. Some certainly do like that. Plenty don't. It's sort of another myth that I often hear is that it's not that some people believe that, oh, people don't like using pen tablets. They are forced to because they can't afford getting a pen display. Absolutely false. Absolutely false. Many people can afford a pen display. They buy one, they start using it, and literally within a day or a week or 2 weeks, they realize they do not like it, and they sell it and go back to a pen tablet. I was like that. In 2011, I bought a $2,500 Cintiq 21 UX. Literally in the very first 5 minutes I used it, I realized I hate this. I hated that I had to be shrimping over my keyboard to use it. I hated the pointer lag. I hated the screen. My back started hurting. It was in my face, which I wasn't used to. And it just occupied this space in front of me. And I was so embarrassed, I just put it back in its box. And I literally gave that tablet away next year for free to somebody because I hated it so much. It's not that it was a bad device, but it wasn't what I like to use. Since then, I've adapted to a pen display, but even now, I only use a pen display maybe 10% of the time. 90% of the time, I'm using a pen tablet. So it's not a question of it's just because it's cheaper. Another thing I've heard people say is pen displays let you create better art, right? Like you can't create certain levels or qualities of things with a pen tablet. Not true at all. Absolutely not true. Some people, again, prefer using a pen display, but there's no limit to what you can create with a pen tablet. Okay, so don't let that be something that you're influenced by. There's another thing that I think some people think is that once you use a pen display, you'll never go back to a pen tablet. Absolutely false. Plenty of people use it and decide they only want to use it occasionally. That's me. Or they hate it and they just want to use a pen tablet. Okay? Totally false. Here, let's take a look at some of the comments here. You can spot the difference if you compare side by side, but you are right. 4K starts to make sense after 24. Yeah. At 22, some people see it, but for me, 22 inches is where still 2.5K works. And if we're talking about Gaps says, if we're talking about 4K and 16-inch monitors, the total waste of 4K, pure marketing. Yeah, it's not going to help you. 2.5K looks excellent at 16 inches. That's a much better. And even full HD is okay, honestly. Let's see. Royce says, I'm trying to figure out. It would be mainly for animation. I'm not. Maybe I missed one of your earlier comments, Royce. Pluzzing says, I'm one of them in the past. I thought screen tablet was like the holy grail. I did too. I absolutely did. You know, listen, I was really wrecked by my experience. Like, I had built up I had saved up money, $2,500 I think dollars for this, and I'd loved my Wacom tablets, and I thought, okay, this is it. It's the most expensive, biggest tablet you can get, and it's the one professionals use. And I opened it up, and I thought, oh my God, this is heavy. And then I'm like, man, I hate using this. And I felt embarrassed. Like I didn't research at all. I just assumed an expensive thing would be better. So that was a really important lesson. And I don't want any of you or anyone to go through that feeling of, I wasted my money, right? It's such an awful feeling. The pen display advantage is that you can also use it as a pen tablet. That is true, but not all pen displays support that, Jonixfi. Some don't do that, or at least not easily. 7, offered you already 3 times. Do create a tracing test. Nobody did it, but can you compare the real line quality you get on screen of moving 13? I think we'll know some. Yeah, I'll do that. Can you just wait? And let me put that in my show notes. I'm gonna get to that. Let's see. So I need to put that down somewhere in my notes. Where is it? because I don't want to forget that, Nick. Looks like I lost my show notes. Hang on a second. How's everyone doing? Like I said, this is going to be a long stream. Let's put that down on, what does Nick say? Compare CRETA tracing test, okay. CRETA tracing test. Moving 13 versus Intuos Pro L. I assume you mean the 2025. So I will try that a little bit later in the stream, Nick. Thank you. Okay, I do nothing. We're going to talk about that. That's a great point. It does do. That is correct. That is correct. Pen tablets as trackpads and displays for stationary. For portable Wacom Movable Studio Pro with Moving 13, and both moving pads and tablet holders. I love the moving pads, by the way. I hate doing accurate lasso on a pen tablet. Yes, and that's related to I think your previous comment. Absolutely. Let's see, if two people did art for the same exact amount of time, but one used a display and one used pen tablet, who would be better at art? The person with the display would probably draw faster. Well, let me ask a question. Yes, that's possible. The other thing is the person who is drawing faster might also have to go lay down because their back hurts for twice as long as the pen tablet person. So I would not want to say that while they can draw faster, there's a price to be paid with the pen tablet or pen display. Cami Luna, pen displays suit me better as drawing for someone who originated as a traditional artist. Yes, that's a great point, Cami Luna. If you came from a traditional world, pen display might make more sense. But ultimately, you should try both and see which one you like. I'm just asking, don't assume one is better than the other one. Okay? Okay, Roy said, I'm trying to figure out if a screen tablet or pen display would be better for me. It would be my first one for animation. Royce, what's important for you, honestly, is get in front of each kind and try drawing for a while. And especially, probably, you also, for the pen display, need to worry about the size. You need to try different sizes, if at all possible. It's hard to say just, without knowing what you are doing and your experience, what you like, right? So think about, do you like drawing with an iPad? Because we know the size of an iPad. That will help us tell you if maybe something bigger is going to work better for you. Yaruk, I sold my Cintiq to return to a pen tablet, and now I'm looking for a Cintiq again. Yeah, I hear you. Francisco, I do designs on Adobe Illustrator and Canva. I prefer my 10-year-old CTH 480. I get it. Let's see. Nick says, doing tracing, you can see how many mistakes you make with each device. For me, Cintiq Pro wins every time. Yeah, and I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about that advantage. Let's see, Adam West. Good to see you. It's been a while. I experienced this when I bought a Samsung Galaxy Book 3 Pro 360. Looked great on paper, performed great when I tested, but barely used it as the ergonomics. Yeah, I've been there. I sometimes do sketches with a pen tablet, and then I'll do the main line art color with the pen display. Well, you know what's funny, Cami Luna? I do that quite a bit. Actually, I sometimes do the reverse. More often I do the reverse. I actually sketch it out with the pen display to get the shape, the overall sketch going, and then I do the line work, the real good line work with the pen tablet, and even the fill in the color. So it's, again, there's a real diversity in how people work and what their workflows look like. I think pen tabs are getting harder to get used to with the rise of touchscreens. As a kid, we didn't have touch at all. No, it's a fantastic point, Hera. expectations have changed because people have iPads and phones and Galaxy tabs, and they just expect touch, which is why I do think all pen displays in the future should have touch. Okay, I think that's true. Okay, let me get back to the topic and talk about. I sort of compared them on several metrics, right? So, what about, is there a winner on either side, or is it tied on certain topics? So, what about if they need to be used with a computer? Well, it's a tie. They both have to use with a computer, so neither one has an advantage. Posture. The winner is pen tablet for sure, okay? People they hurt themselves with pen displays. I used to be one of them, but my back got better, so I'm okay with it now, but it can hurt. It can hurt, honestly. Cost, pen tablets, easy. Pen tablets cost so much less. Reliability, pen tablets, because there's fewer delicate pieces in the pen tablet. Easy winner there. Cabling, pen tablets. Either all pen tablets use one cable and some are wireless, okay? Pen displays, none of them are wireless, and the cabling can be complex. It can be one cable, two cable, or three cables, or special kinds of cables. It is complex. Pointer lag. I think that's how much the pointer lags behind the pen. I think, based on my measurements and my videos, pen tablets have a little less pointer lag than pen displays. On top of it, even if it was the same amount of lag, because you have a visual reference with the pen tablet, pen display, you can see the pen and see the pointer. Any lag is much more obvious. Wireless, I mentioned this. Only pen tablets are wireless, so they're the winner. Taking notes, pen displays easily, because you see what you're doing, right? It's clear. If you try to do notes with a pen tablet, I personally think it's very hard. The feedback isn't right, and you end up writing very weirdly. Surviving a fall, meaning getting dropped. You could drop a pen tablet. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to drop this pen tablet. Watch this. Okay. I'm not afraid of that, okay? And this was a real working pen tablet. But if I were to take, I'll just use this thing. This is my Moving Pad Pro, and do that same test, which I'm not going to do. Something would go wrong. The screen would shatter, and you can't fix these things, okay? There's no fixing these things. So a pen tablet will survive a fall for the most part. It would be an extreme fall that broke one. Pen displays are going to break. Something is going to get busted. Now, one more thing. Pens are even more sensitive, right? Don't let your pens fall. But the winner for surviving a fall is pen tablets. Easy winner. Power requirements, pen tablets. They don't use much power at all. Pen displays, as they get beyond 16 inches, tend to require additional power from a wall. Now this hand covering what you're drawing. Now this sounds so silly to say. Let me show you the overhead, because this is how paper works. Okay? And let me see the pointer. My hand right there is covering the pointer. But that's normal. That's what you do with pen and paper, right? But when you're using a pen tablet, the pointer's just moving like this, and nothing's hiding it. So that is actually kind of an advantage of a pen tablet. Your hand does not hide the pen or the pointer, right? I know it seems like a weird advantage, but it is a real one. Physical size and weight, pen tablets easy. They're much thinner. They're much lighter weight. It's quite a big difference. Drawing experience. Sorry, I'm not showing you the screen. Winners pen displays, because you can see what you're doing. And lots of people tell me that they have to press undo half as much with a pen display than a pen tablet, right? Because you're not really sure where that line's going, where it's going to end. But with a pen display, it's much more obvious. So are they faster? Yes. I would say they're twice as fast to draw with a pen display than a pen tablet. Okay. Portability, pen tablets, because again, they're reliable, they're rugged. Pen displays, you have to really protect the glass from scratches and for pressure, and lots of people end up crushing the glass because they haven't protected it enough during travel. Diagonal wobble, I haven't explained what that is, but that's a weird kind of wave to strokes at 45 degrees. I haven't noticed maybe a full pattern. I think, yeah, I couldn't say that there's one that has more than the other. I think they're both kind of tied here. Pen pressure handling, it's not due to the tablet, so there's a tie here. It's really due to the pen, so there's no difference. And again, there's plenty. You can use both tablets. You can have both a computer attached, as I have now, a pen display and a pen tablet simultaneously. And lots of times I have my pen tablet, and I'm drawing, and then I just move my pen display, which is acting as a monitor when I need to see something, right? So there's no reason you can't use both. Let's see. And Doemon says, read somewhere that pen tablet is suitable for painting, coloring, while pen display for inking. That's, well, it depends. It just depends on the person. Like, I like the pen display for sketching, but then when I'm doing the real inking, the lines, I use a pen tablet. And for me, it's much easier to color with the pen tablet, right? Nick says, I recently figured out I suck at drawing long horizontal ellipses on Newton 2S Pro. If I rotate the canvas, it's okay. Both horizontal ellipses are killing me while in Cintiq Pro. Nope. I totally get it. I totally get it. While teaching, I would show book slides on large TVs via computer, and sometimes during break times, the children would try to interact with TV like it was a touchscreen. What's funny is, I'll put my overhead here. If you watch my stream, now this tablet is touch sensitive, but I've turned off touch. But there's lots of times you'll see me with the pen display, and I'll be drawing with the pen, and I'll be doing this business. Because I'm just so used to my iPad and my Samsung Galaxy Tab S. Let me get this water out of the way. Okay, I hope I didn't go in that USB cable. So that happens. I think we're going to be expecting this so often, we should see pen displays with touch. BHP says, I tried Wacom Pro 24 after hearing people hyping on it is the size for a pen display, but I was overwhelmed by the screen. Yeah, remember, a TV or a monitor is like 2.5, 3 feet away from you. Mine something are like close to 3.5 feet. But a pen display is, as they say, right up in your grill. Like it's like this. And especially when it's like a 27-inch Cintiq Pro, you can't see anything else in your room. It's just right in front of you. It's even hard to reach around and, pick up a mouse or something, right? And your keyboard has to be really far away because there's no way for you to put it between it, right? Or even just immediately to the right. You have to push it quite a bit away. So people underestimate the effect of having a big display right up in your face. Let's see, Rain says, I have my display very vertical. I drew on it 12 hours a day for 6 months without much pain. Not really shrimping. I'm sitting upright, eyes down, pen, tablet, still more. Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like you have a way of working which doesn't cause that problem, right? For me, it's very tough. I can do it for maybe an hour or two. See you, Pleasing. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. I've been wondering about 16-inch versus 22. We'll talk about size in a bit. But most people, I would say just start with 16 if you can, honestly, as opposed to going down to 13. Shaggy says, I also like coloring on my pen tablet because I scrub my pen tablet a lot when coloring. I get it. Okay, let's move topics and get to my next. Where was I? Okay, brands. This is tough. This is where the controversies come, So let me get my Miro here. I may need the whiteboard for this one. Yeah, I may have to use the whiteboard. Okay. Start with blank canvas. Here we go. Okay. So this is the Microsoft whiteboard. And I'm drawing on my MoveInk 13. But you can see it on the screen there. Okay. So this is about brands. So I'll try to keep it simple, okay? Realistically, for Wacom, to be honest, Wacom has the best tablets. There's no doubt, okay? And they've been in the industry the longest, okay? But there are challenges with Wacom's lineup, which I'll talk about. But really, Wacom is the best brand, to be quite honest, okay? That's Wacom. Okay. Wacom, one of the reasons Wacom, who has been in the business for 40 years, for a long time, their business was protected by patents, because they had a lot of patents, okay? And I can't remember the exact set of years, but I'm just going to say 2011, thereabouts. A lot of their patents expired, because their patents are from the 80s. I mean, they have more, but like the core patents are from the 80s. And around 2011, just before then, what you saw was Huion existed, I believe, and XP Pen, but their tablets were all like, the pens had batteries in them, right? And the pens had a high IAF, and they were kind of unreliable, honestly. But in 2011, something happened. They started making tablets with that didn't have batteries. Now, why was that? Well, that's because the batteryless patent expired, okay? So that's why Huion and XP Pen now suddenly are competing. And year over year, they were getting new tablets. They have made so many tablets. I would say right around 2021, they started coming within sight of what Wacom offered, okay? I don't know if I put a number to it, but let's just say by 2021, their tablets released at 2021 and beyond, roughly speaking, were like 80% of what you get with a Wacom. Yes, they still had some reliability problems and customer support problems, but they've been getting better every year or so, okay? So this is your next two major brands, Huion and XP Pen. And to be honest, since I'm the mod of both r/Huion and r/XP Pen, is one better than the other? No. They're about the same. It is hard to compare between these two as brands. You got to compare specific tablets, okay? There's some Huion tablets I like. There's some XP Pen tablets I like. There's some Huion tablets I don't like, and there's some XP Pen tablets I don't like. Same is true for Wacom. I just want to let you know there are Wacom tablets in the past 2 years or 3 years, I have gone on stream or in my videos, and I've plainly told people, do not buy this Wacom tablet. There's not many of them, but they are there, okay? So there is no brand that's perfect, okay? And then we have Sense Labs. Sense Labs is the newest, Sense Labs. They're the newest tablet brand, and they're a much smaller brand, and they're focused on like the professionals that work in studios, okay? So this is more of like, if you're, an individual could buy one, sure, but they try to focus on the professional market, okay? Now, which has the best tech? Wacom. There is no doubt about that. But there's a few qualifications you need to understand. Huion and XP Pen's tech, and even Sense Labs, is catching up. I would say, and I've said this in many streams, Huion, XP Pen, and thus Sense Labs, they are maybe one generation away of tablets with getting to the space where Wacom is. Maybe two. So that means maybe they're 2 years away or 4 years away. So by 2030, which I know it doesn't seem soon to you, but by 2030, they should be completely caught up. And where do they have to catch up to Wacom? IAF, maximum pressure. Huiyon's almost there, by the way. XP Pen's trailing a little bit. Consistency, reliability, and customer support. Okay? Again, if you want a safe choice, go with Wacom and spend more money. That is the truth. Okay? If you're willing to tolerate a little bit of risk, go with Huion and XP Pen. It's not super risky, but they are still catching up in terms of reliability. But they get closer every year. Same as with Sense Labs. Okay? Now, one more thing I need to tell you, which is not, and there's other brands like UG, Gaomon, Vike, and I generally do not. I generally tell people I don't know about these tablets, and I don't. So I don't. It's not like I'm saying I don't recommend. I'm saying I cannot recommend because, and the reason is, at least in the United States, most people don't have these tablets. Now these tend to be cheaper tablets, and it's not that the technology is bad. I just don't, when you have problems, you want to have a large community of people to help you. I don't see, at least in the United States and the Reddits, there aren't that many UG users, and there aren't that many Gammon users, or Vike users, or Article users, okay? So this is your second, so Wacom's like in a tier by itself. Like I'm gonna put them in a red bucket here, right? And then there's another tier, I'll keep it all red. And I would put everyone here in that tier, okay? And remember, it's not tech. It's tech plus the community size and how many people have the tablets. There's another tier, which is like these guys, okay? And this is where I get in trouble. There's another tier of like 1 million no-name brands, which you should just, 10 moons. No, don't do it. Do not, I know, they have a tablet for, and I'm making this up, for like 50 cents or something. Don't do it. Bosto, don't do it. Don't do it, okay? Don't care how cheap they are. You're just gonna get yourself into problems. That's my take. Now, I need to reveal something about these brands, which may not, which many of you do not know, and some of you do. Okay. Okay, everyone. There is a company called. So let me erase that. I didn't mean to write the word company literally. There is a company though called Wacom. Okay? Whose headquarters are in Japan. And they sell tablets that are, so they have a tablet brand called Wacom. No surprise there, okay? Wacom, the company, makes Wacom tablets. Not a surprise. There is a company called Huion, okay? They sell Huion branded tablets, okay? Not a surprise. They also sell, the company called Huion sells tablets that are Gaomon, the Gaomon brand, okay? How technically similar those are, I don't know. They might use the same digitizer tech. They might use the same digitizers. But the reason I recommend Huion branded tablets as opposed to Gaomon is I know very few people in the United States that have a Gaomon. I am told by Tablet Kitten many people in China have a Gaomon. So if all your buddies have a Gaomon and you want to know which tablet to get a Gaomon because you can compare experiences with those people. Okay? And Huion also owns Article, but I wouldn't recommend them. I think they acquired Article in 2019. And I don't think this brand is going anywhere, so I would just avoid them, okay? Because I don't know if they're going anywhere. Stick to Huion, and if your buddies use Gaomon, get Gaomon. But more or less, I would just say go with Wacom brand, Huion brand, okay? Now let's talk about a company called Hanvon UG. Now, as you can guess by the name, Hanvon UG makes UG tablets, which I don't normally recommend. Why? I don't know anyone with a UG tablet. They're cheaper tablets, but I just don't know anyone with them, right? So I don't even buy them, right? There's nothing wrong with them. I just don't use them, so I don't have a lot of experience. They also make XP Pen. That's another brand. And they also have Sense Labs, okay? Now, no one has this, very few people have a Sense Labs, But I tend to say they're okay because they're very good with customer support. That's what I've heard. Okay. So I just want to let you understand there's a difference between the companies and the brands. Okay, let me take a look at the chat here. Yeah, BHP, I recommend it easily. I easily recommend that. But Nick is right. Instant display is not perfect yet, and that's its one. But I'm instant pen display is not so critical for me, so I'm okay right now. But yeah, I love it. I love it. Let's see. Okay. So, Zinnia. Oh, I've never heard of that. I've recently seen a bunch of people with Zinnia brand tablets struggling to get stuff working and asking for help. Yeah, you got to stay away from these tiny brands, and the problem is they advertise for so cheap. I tell people don't do it. Don't do it. Weirdest thing is that UG's highest quality brand isn't UG products, and the most well-known brand is their XP pen. Yeah, and what's funny is the XP pen, like the look and feel, the design of the products, rivals that of Sense Labs, which is theoretically their premium brand, right? Right now, for example, the XP Pen Deco Pro V2 looks better than any other pen tablet I own, including Wacom's. Not a huge fan of their pen displays, right, how they look, but right now they have the best design, meaning the look and feel, the industrial design of a pen tablet. Okay, so that was brands. Okay, another thing that you have to take into account when buying a tablet is connections and cabling. Okay, so let me explain this to you. The number one mistake people make when they buy a drawing tablet is they have no... Actually, we got to separate it out. Pen tablets. This is easy. They have easy connection, okay? They all come with a USB cable, okay? You just need a USB port. And some of them are wireless, okay? Now I tend to say, if you get them, start with the cable and then see if you get wireless working. So there's no problem there, okay? Pen displays are where the problems happen. Displays. Right? Because there's like many different ways to connect. Right? And your computer may not have the right ports. Not all the cables may come with the tablet. Right? It may be confusing. Okay? So with pen displays, you have to do your research. And what I would advise you to do is let's just pick on a pen display. And let's go find... I'll give you two examples to help you illustrate this. Canvas Pro 19. User manual. Let's see if we get there. Go find the user manual and read it. Okay? And what you want to look for is you scroll down and you just look at the ports. There's usually diagrams like this, and there's usually two diagrams. One will tell you how to connect. Basically, the video signal will come through an HDMI port, and they'll show you how to connect. You got to verify that it comes with this cable, which it does, and that your computer has these ports. Read this before you buy. So many people will buy tablets, and they realize that they don't know, they cannot physically, there's no port to accept these cables. Don't get into that, okay? And I made 2 videos on it. Here's another thing that you can connect, which is USB-C cable and power. This is so confusing, actually, because not all USB ports can do this on your computer. And these tablets often don't come with this cable. So you got to look at the documentation. Which cables do you need to connect, and does the cable come with the tablet? Okay? Number one mistake with the pen display. You can, like clockwork, on Christmas Day, the number of people that say, I can't connect, I turn on the pen display, it says no signal power saving, is ludicrous. Okay? If we could solve this problem, we'd be in a great place. Salem asks a really good question. Do you recommend a Canvas 13 Gen 3 as an upgrade from an Intuos medium Bluetooth? The pen that comes with the Gen 3 has a slightly higher IAF. I think it's an upgrade. I'd feel better saying it's an upgrade if it was a larger canvas. But yeah, I think it's an upgrade, yeah. What do you mean by great customer support? Most tablets have warranty for 1-2 years, and after that, repairing even Wacom Cintiq Pro is a pain in the ass. But well, great customer support, there are different parts of what customer support means. Number one is like, are they timely in their responses? That's an aspect. Number two is, are they updating their documentation? Customer support isn't just, are they helping you fix your problems? There's like a whole bunch of things. It's the documentation, it's their community team on, Reddit, if they have one. It's, are they publishing driver updates? There's lots of things that are part of customer support. So I do think Wacom has good customer support, honestly. I think SenseLab has it. And again, it's not just about, like, they fix my problem. I've actually never had a problem with the SenseLabs tablet. But they've been responsive, right? XP Pen and Huion, because they work in different time zones, they're kind of hit or miss in like how fast they come back to you. But that's one aspect of what customer support is like. But every time I've interacted with them through email, both XP Pen and Huion have been pretty great. Now, if you have to deal with getting a return or a warranty, I don't know. I've never had that experience with any tablet brand, so I can't tell you. And everyone's got good experiences, and lots of people have bad experiences with every brand. I don't statistically have numbers that tell, what the overall issues are. If my products were top tier like Wacom, I would offer more than 1 to 2 years more to beat the competition. Yeah, I think some of their tablets even you can buy extended support. Now, whether that's worth it or not, I don't know. Let's see. You can always do the method where you use cardboard to cut out the size of the tablet. Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that actually, Hera. So let me show people this. Let me type in the word cardboard. And I'd recommend you do this. And we'll get to this in the size. Since you brought it up, let's skip to the size part. So this is how, I actually found the dimensions, the physical dimensions of this Intuos Pro Medium. And I found the dimensions of the active area. And I drew this. I actually have this here, right? Like here's a 16-inch, right? Here's the bezel, and here's the 16-inch tablet. And you can see, you should try drawing on one of these, right? And you can see how big it is compared to the Move Ink here, okay? And I have bigger ones as well. But it's useful on stream, even though I've rarely actually used them on stream. So while we're at it, since we talked about connections and cabling, let's talk about size, which is really difficult. I'll go back to the whiteboard here. Okay. Let's get a new whiteboard. So it really varies on what you're doing, honestly. But I'll try to we'll talk about generic advice, then we'll get more specific, okay? So basically, when we talk about size, what to mean? So what does size mean here, okay? In this context, size is not the physical size of the tablet. In other words, it's the active area in the middle, okay? Or the screen, right? Doesn't include the bezel. So active area is the size we're talking about. Now, just to put it all in perspective, I'll draw one of these things. And actually, I will draw the active area boundaries in red, okay? So the size is the width of this and the height, and then But it's most convenient to talk about size as a diagonal, okay? Like this. So for a pen tablet, right, you usually see them have names, right? Like small, medium, and large. These names are not standardized, okay? So you have to look at the numbers and figure out what the size is. Basically, a medium tablet is around 11 inches diagonal. I'm sorry, non-Americans, I'm using inches tonight because I don't know how to deal with converting these numbers to that, whatever that weird unit system is called, the fake one that the Europeans use. By and large, I always recommend, like, if I didn't know anything about you or what you were trying to do, if you're getting a pen tablet, I would 100% say just get a medium, okay? That's just the starting point. Get a medium, which is about 11 inches. Now remember, some tablets, Wacom's mediums are mediums, but like sometimes you'll see a tablet from XP Pen or Huion that says it's large, but it's actually kind of more like a medium or in between, okay? You gotta look at the numbers. So I'm talking about numbers here, okay? You want an 11-inch diagonal tablet. If it's 10.5, it's fine. If it's 12, it's fine, okay? Large are like 15 inches, okay? And these, I can't remember, I think these are like 8 or something, right? And there's even extra small ones, but get a medium, okay? Now, are there reasons to get a large? Why would you get a large? Well, basically, you're more, how can I say this? You draw with large gestures. Especially if you come from a traditional background and you draw like this, you draw with your arm, your shoulder, and lots of people are wrist drawers. They can live in the perfect space of a medium, okay? But if you're used to doing this business, which you have to train yourself to do, large will work for you. Large also means you have to take up more desk space. So use that cardboard, cut it out, and see how much desk space you're going to be required. Because you'd be surprised. Like you have to put your keyboard in a different place, okay? Let's see. There's a couple of comments I want to talk about. Harris says 7. I'm pretty sure Discord has better luck with Huion customer support than Wacom these days. Wacom has been using ChatGPT and has been pretty unresponsive. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you brought it up. I'm the mod for our Wacom, as is Wacom support, by the way. And I'm looking at their questions, the questions that they're answering, and the answers are very consistently written in a very AI way. I've actually reached out to them for a different topic, but I haven't heard back from them. But yeah, I mean, are you noticing that the answers are bad, Hera? I haven't seen bad answers exactly, just it does seem like it's written by AI. By the way, I don't mind the idea of AI as interacting with people in the subreddit. But if it's causing problems, then I'm curious. But I haven't checked all their answers. I would love to create a 7 pens bot, AI bot that would answer, because I think I could train a bot or something to more consistently answer the way I would. But, I don't want to cause problems for people. Speaking of tablet depth, it depends on more your mount. Okay, sorry, different topic. I'll come back. Paulus Animation, thanks for joining the stream. Do you recommend Wacom MovingPad Pro for animation and CSP? First of all, I love the MovingPad Pro. My hesitation in answering this question is I'm not sure how much additional requirements animation places on the system because I don't do it. Like, does animation require a lot of RAM? Because the MovingPad Pro only has 12 gigabytes. If that's going to be enough, then yeah, I have no problem with the MovingPad Pro, right? But since I don't do animation, I'm not sure how much additional strain that'll place on the MovingPad Pro. So I'm not the best person to answer that. See, Jeremiah, oh, good to see you again. Huion Canvas Pro 24 4K Gen 3 versus Wacom 24 2K Touch. I hate to say it, but it's the Wacom. Absolutely, I get the Wacom. First of all, you get touch. Actually, they both have touch. But look, Wacom has the best experience, and I think that's true, right? I also have been. I saw in 2 different reviews with that Huion, people said there was a lot of parallax, or more parallax than I expected, and I don't like to see that. So that's another reason why I'd lean toward the Wacom. Also, the Wacom is the bezels are smaller, so it's sort of more compact. Do pen displays still have parallax these days? They all have parallax. Most pen displays have improved dramatically since the old days in terms of how much parallax. But yeah, they all have it, and I think they all have more than, say, compared to an iPad or a Samsung Galaxy Tab. But some have very little, like the Moving Pad, the Moving, which is right in front of me. I've got it right here. Hang on. I'm gonna take a look at it again. The Moving has extremely little parallax. Okay, just extremely little. It's like iPad level, right? But this is an OLED display. I think a Cintiq Pro even doesn't quite get here, but it's still very good. But sometimes you'll see, certain pen displays just have more parallax, and I think I can live with all of them, but especially some of the older ones have too much parallax. And when I notice it, it disturbs me. It is interesting that the Cintiq 16 has 2 centimeters more vertical height compared to the Pro 16. Yeah, because they changed aspect ratios. They're now 16 by 10 instead of 16 by 9 for some reason. But I like that. It actually feels good. Azeroth says, in your experience, does the Intuos Pro 2025 nibs wear down less than 2017? Thinking of upgrading to the 2025 from 2017. I think so. I haven't seen much nib wear for either tablet, but the surface is less textured, and even Wacom commented that this should extend your nib lifetime of your nib. So I do expect that to be the case. I do like the new texture much better, by the way. And Nick says the new rubber nibs wear less. Standard and felt are kind of the same as 2017. By the way, you can use nibs from 2025 in your Pro Pen 2. Officially not supported, but they do fit. I do remember getting, are you saying AI advice from Wacom? Or what do you mean VI? We're getting advice from Wacom to adjust settings on their Moving Pad Pro that didn't even exist. Interesting. Let's see, I wanted to try the default stand for the Pro 22 Gen 2. I've only drawn on my Deco V102 before. I'm not sure how vertical I want it, to be honest. So you already have a sleepy person, you already have a Pro 2 Gen 2. Let's see if you can get a piece of cardboard and try out the size and the angle. That'll be, maybe you can test it out. Would you buy the Moving 13 other than for portability? I like the Moving 13, but I think for something that's $750, it's a weird thing to buy, honestly. I don't think it's, I don't think it's so, look, I love it. I do love it. I want to make sure that's clear. But in terms of how much you get for what it is, there are probably better values out there, right? So do I regret buying it? No. I use it during my streams, but I don't really draw with it. It's more actually, I literally do it when I'm whiteboarding just for my streams. So good device, great hardware, but I'm probably not worth it for a lot of people. Which is better, Cintiq 16 DTK 1660 or Artist Pro 15.6v2? We already know the answer for IAF. It is the Cintiq 16. It has a lower IAF and a higher maximum pressure because it's just got a better pen, right? The problem with that old Cintiq 16 is twofold. Number one, the screen has a lot of parallax, people have said, and the colors look washed out. And the other thing is that I can't remember, did Wacom drop support for that model with their latest drivers? So that's the problem with that older model. They may not have, but it's coming one day. Sometime in the next few years, they will drop support for that tablet. And then, you got problems. Okay, yeah, Canvas 16 Gen 3 would be a great choice compared to the moving 13. Are the ARMs stable or is it brand dependent? ARMs, so if you use something like a Ergotron HX LX, HX is very sturdy, but all ARMs will wobble as you draw. Okay, so how you can prevent that is I try to keep the bottom edge of the tablet on the desk or sometimes I actually put a towel underneath it just to stabilize it. And that will just tamp down some of the movement. But there's no way to keep it perfectly still with an ARM, like an ARM that's mounted. Is it true scratches you can feel while drawing shortened nib life? It's logical that they would, but no one's ever measured that, or no one's ever shown me that specifically. I could believe it. I could believe it, BHP. Oh, V is someone in our Discord. Sorry, I thought you were typing AI. My mistake. Yeah, no ARM is stable, as Nick points out. Some are more stable than others. Rain says, one thing I think about is buying a budget pen display tablet is it could give a worse impression on the feel of creating digital art to someone new to it without them knowing. That's true. That's true. A bad tablet can really, give some a bad feeling for a while. Yeah. I bought the Pro Pen 2 directly from Wacom. The nib has play in the pen. That's normal. They're supposed to retract. Cube, I think Cube actually measures these in a spreadsheet, but I don't know. It's maybe a millimeter. They all move a little bit. In the distant past, even like Huion in their PW 500 pen, it would move by I think 2 or 3 millimeters, which is weird. It feels very spongy, but I think most people don't want the nibs to move much, so they move less these days. I want the Fruppy says, I want the Huion, but I lost in a pyramid scheme. Well, I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's get to the next topic, which we talked about size for pen tablets, right? And remember, my guidance is pretty simple. Get a medium, but if you draw large, get a you have big gestures, get a large. You come from a traditional background, get a large. What about, is there cases for small? Yes, there are. First of all, do not get a small if you draw. If you're drawing, what will happen for most people is they will feel wrist pain. They will feel like their wrist is tightening up. I cannot draw on a small for longer than an hour before I feel pain, okay? Doesn't happen with me on a large or a medium. Or with a medium, I'll get it faster than a large, but large, it doesn't happen. But I find it bad. Small might work for kids. Small might work for, if you're just using it as a mouse replacement. Or you're in Photoshop and all you're doing is clicking on menus and moving and selecting regions. Small might work, but I think small feels imprecise. Okay, so but if you're painting or drawing or sketching, I don't recommend small, unless you are a very small person. Okay, safest to always get medium, because you can always in the driver reduce the active area size. You can't reduce the physical size, but you can reduce the active area size that the computer is listening to. So yeah, just pick a medium. It's really my advice, my strong advice for a pen tab. Unless you want to get a large, do not get a small. Unless, you're just doing a mouse replacement. Let's see, I have a friend in Australia who has Cintiq 16 on a huge arm with multiple ergonomic extensions. Sometimes they draw, wow. Wait, like they have the arm. Frappy, I would love to see a picture of that, honestly. People I know who do like pixel art, interesting. I wouldn't have guessed. Yeah, small works for photo retouching decently, right? But if you're stroking, right? If you're making strokes, I do not recommend it. Small for Osu, good point, Fruppy. It's actually one by Wacom CTL 472 is like a goated topic for OSU. Okay, now what about pen displays? This gets a little complicated. Okay. So, pen displays are really go from 12 inch, 13 inch to 16 inch. There is a 14 inch tablet, but that's just kind of a weird one. Then they go to 22 inch basically, then 24 inch, then 27. And there used to be a 32 inch, which is Wacom Cintiq 32. Okay, so here's the deal. This would be considered small for a pen display, okay? This would be considered medium. All of these are, I would call these large, okay? There's quite a variation here. And this 32 is in the extra large sort of category, okay? So large is a big group. Let me just start saying what I think is true. First of all, there are things that are 10. So this is like extra small. Do not get extra small. 10 inches is too small to draw with for a pen display, okay? I know, 10 inches would work great as a pen tablet, works weird as a pen display. The smallest I'd recommend ever is 12 inches, and even that's just a little smaller than I'd like. This works for, small works for beginners and kids or your first tablet. But realistically, and almost 14 inches is really a small, by the way. I would recommend for most people, if it's your first tablet and you're not sure, I would recommend a lot of people, you want in this zone, right? Like 13 to 16 with an emphasis on the 16, okay? Again, use a piece of cardboard, figure out what you want. My favorite is actually, this is what I like, 22 inches, maybe 24, right? These feel very different. There is, actually, let me put a 19 there. 19 feels more like a medium than a large, okay? 22 is you start noticing it. 22 is a fantastic balance where you believe it's large, but it's not crazy big, okay? So that's my favorite. And if you had to get a large, I would stick to these two. And if you really have the desk space for it, a 27 in, which most people don't have enough desk space, okay? Now, if you're using 3D, if you're doing 3D, the people I've talked to tend to say they want, like in this size, a 24 or 27, okay? They need the real estate because there's lots of things they need on screen, okay? Brad Colbo, he prefers to draw with the 16, okay? I think Terry Crews, I think he uses a 32 inch, okay? So generally I'll highlight this in different colors so it's totally clear. I'll use, which color? I'll use this blue color. I think you want to stay in this zone. 13 to 20 if it's your first tablet, okay? If you can get a 16, great, but if it's your first tablet, 13 is fine. And the problem is it depends on everybody's taste. So get the cardboard, cut it out, and see what you like, okay? Let's see. It is not worth spending more for the touch with the Cintiq 24 with iOS because pen displays don't work with iOS at all. It's not going to work. Not just the touch, the tablet. A Cintiq 24 with iOS will work just like a TV or a monitor. You'll just see stuff. You can't use a pen with it, and the pressure won't, there's no pressure obviously, and touch won't work. So it's just a huge no. It won't work at all. Let's see, Nick says, I use Intuos Pro Medium with laptop. It fits perfectly on laptop keyboard. Oh, speaking of which, lots of people put their tablet on a laptop keyboard, and magnets and electromagnetic components in the keyboard can interfere with the tablet. keep magnets and electronics away from underneath your tablet. So don't, watch out for cases or stands or laptops or other devices underneath. They will interfere. You know what? I'll show you this, actually, maybe later in the stream. I'm currently on 14 inches and would like some more screen real estate. How much bigger would you recommend? Get the cardboard, Swishwonk. Because the choice for you, honestly, is between 16, 19, and 22. I think you'll notice the difference with 16, but I'm suspecting you might not think it's enough, right? You will probably definitely notice when you get up to 19, right? And 22 might be too much, but get a piece of cardboard and see what it feels like. That's what I would advise to you, because I am a little scared that going from 14 to 16, you're going to be like, it's not that big a difference. Nick says to draw in standing position, you need not ergotron, but desk with height adjustments. So you can lift it and stand. Yeah, good point. Sleepy person, tried out my second monitor for testing the size. It's barely bigger than the tablet. It definitely fits. I don't think I could angle it much with a... Sorry. I tried out my second monitor. It's barely bigger than the tablet. It definitely fits, but I don't think I could angle it much. With only 19-inch depth. Desk extensions. Maybe, sleepy person, but I'm just afraid about the... I was actually considering getting a desk extension. But I don't have anything heavy, and I would be scared of like the desk extension collapsing or something. Yeah, Rain, I wouldn't recommend the moving 13 just based off size. That's right. Fruppy says, I want a 360 hertz tablet and pretend it's paper. Would be so immersive. When you include, let's see. Moving 13 is a great device. I agree. But small size and no shortcuts can be limiting in some fields. Yeah, small 3D modeling, the consensus I've heard from people is you want a bigger screen. And what I see people say on Reddit, other places, like 22, 24, maybe even 27, okay? Smaller ones just don't work with what they do. Oh, now that we're on the topic of screens, there is another thing I want to talk about, which is, this is like... This comes up all the time, and this is one of my myth dispelling things. This is for about pen. Oh, sorry. There's another topic. I'll get to that. I want to talk about this topic, which is pen tablet size to monitor size. There is a kind of relationship between how big your pen tablet is and how big the monitor, what it feels like. I actually did some research on this, on myself. Here's what I found. And it's called monitor size. Let me find it. Yeah, matching pen tablet size and monitor size. So this is what I would say. And again, this is what I found, that for a pen tablet, if it's small, then for me, I can use it with anything, but it worked good, or well, I should say, with a monitor that was 20 to 25 inches. Okay. When the pen tablet was medium, and here's some example sizes, it worked well with a 20-inch to a 30-inch monitor. With a large pen tablet, I wanted a 30-inch to 40-inch monitor. It felt the best with that range. And then for an extra large tablets are like huge. They don't even make them anymore. I wanted like a 40-inch to 50-inch, right? Now, there's some exceptions here because some people use a tablet with their laptops, and laptops are only 16 inches. But generally for a monitor, I felt like this worked well for me the best. And this video helps explain it. I'm actually going to paste this in the chat so everyone can see this. Okay, so the topic I wanted to talk to you about was, let me get a new empty. It was paper. Okay. This is such a common question, which is like, they want a tablet that, quote, feels like drawing on paper. That's what they want. I totally get it. I totally get it. So here's the truth. No tablet feels like paper. Okay? If you see any advertisement for any tablet brand that says it feels like you're drawing on paper, that is absolutely false. Nothing feels like drawing on paper. Okay? It couldn't possibly be done. Okay? But let me tell you how to think about this problem. And it's actually pretty simple. The real question you should ask yourself is, let's say, can you accomplish it? Yes. Can you make a tablet feel like paper? Yes. Make it feel like paper? Yes, it's possible. Do you know how you do that? Can you guess, anyone? You take a piece of paper and you tape it to your tablet. Then it will feel like paper. That is the only way it will work. Like, tape paper to tablet. And obviously this only works for pen tablets. That's it. You think I'm joking? Some people actually do that. They tape paper to the tablet. Now, can you buy like a paper-like screen protector? Yeah, you can buy one. I've tried them. I've tried paper-like. I haven't tried the other ones. They do not feel like paper, and they never will feel like paper. If they felt like paper, they would cause problems. So do you feel a little bit of friction? Yes, but it will not feel like paper, ever. Okay? I've tried other ones besides paper-like. That were meant as screen protectors. They might have added a little more texture. The best they'll do is they won't feel slippery. Okay? So give up on this unless you have a pen tablet and you tape a piece of paper. You're just never going to get there. Now, some pen displays have less texture than a pen tablet because they have to. Because if they had a lot of texture, it would cause some weird effects with the way the thing looked. So they don't tend to have a lot of texture. Pen tablets have more texture. It doesn't feel like paper, but they do tend to have more texture than pen displays. Some pen tablets have a lot of texture, some have a little. A lot of texture can be irritating, actually, because it can wear down your nib. It can be scratchy. You can hear the sound. It can cause noise. It can be very irritating. So I prefer, the Intuos Pro 2025 is actually the best. It feels like there's texture, and it feels almost kind of soft, but it's not loud. So that was actually my favorite texture. Not like paper, but provides grip, and that's what you really want. With an iPad, with that smooth surface, the pen kind of is slippery. As long as you can avoid slippery, that's the best you can hope for with any pen display. Let's see. Nick says, I tried sticking paper on top of Intuos Pro and Pro Pen 2 plastic nib, still didn't feel like pencil. Yeah, because it's not a pencil. Yeah, of course, I totally believe that. Francisco, yes, it probably would be cheaper, but so many people are searching for some magical screen protector which will make their tablet feel like paper. I just had to point this out. It's never going to happen. MemoDraw, thanks for joining us. Putting paper on pen tab used to be so popular. I use that also, but the paper warps after a few days. Yep. So I regularly have to replace the paper with fresh ones. Yeah, some people just still do it though. Not many, but I do hear people do it. X Ballery Yamashi. Yeah, XP Pen Artist Pro 22 is a great option. It's not very expensive. It's not cheap, but like for a 22-inch, it's amazingly cheap. It's very, I don't know the word. It's very affordable and it's decent quality as well. So it's one of my big recommendations. aspect ratio matters a lot, or a bit. It does. It does. Canvas 19 the same height as the 16. Yeah, and that's a good point. A smaller 16 by 10 feels, because it's taller, feels like a larger tablet. So what Rain is saying here is true. Like the the Cintiq 16, since it's 16 by 10, feels like the Canvas 19 because they have similar heights in the screen. Wouldn't just having ergo arms solve the depth issue? I can just have the bottom. Yeah, that might work, sleepy person. Okay, so we covered paper, we covered brands. Okay, we're gonna cover accessories, just so you understand what you should be preparing to buy, okay? Let me move this window out of the way. We'll talk about accessories and we'll split it out into what's in the box and what you should buy additionally, okay? So we're talking about accessories. Let me just take a quick look at something. Okay. So let's start with in the box. In the box. You will always get a pen, okay? You will usually get some nibs. You will get a nib remover. It's usually just a piece of metal. Sometimes it's built into a pen stand. Hang on a second. Let me get my... Okay, nib remover. And what else do you get? You get some cables. You may not get all the cables you need. You will get cables, okay? And you might get a glove. Not always, but you might get a glove, okay? That's something you usually see for a pen display. The glove is useful because you can avoid getting oil from your hand on the screen, as well as if you have a touch screen, it can help you avoid getting accidental touches. Are there any other accessories that might come out? So those are the ones that are in the box, right? Now, I recommend, honestly, that you buy another pen. Another meaning the same pen, okay? Trust me, what pens do, I'm making this up, pens have this magical ability to break the day before you have a deadline. Get two pens, make sure they both work. It'll also help you in debugging problems, okay? And buy the pen. Remember, tablets are only compatible with specific pens, so you have to buy the exact pen it's compatible with. Nibs, be aware of the cost, but they usually come with like 3 to 5 nibs, maybe 10 nibs, but you might be going through nibs fast. So consider some nibs. Cables, just double check that you have the cables to connect, because you may not. Now there are some accessories that do not, that you have to purchase separately. These are the ones I'm talking about. There's some ones that never come in the box. My favorite one is the tour box. Okay? And let me look it up so everyone sees this. I cannot draw without this thing. I have the Tourbox Elite or something. But this is the device, right? Basically, it's a game controller, but what this allows me to do is use my tablet without having to touch my keyboard. And I don't even have to look at the Tourbox. I can just keep drawing and looking at what I'm drawing. And my left hand, and it is geared more for left-handed people, unfortunately. That's an accessory I definitely recommend you invest. It's not cheap. It's, I think, about $250. And I think there's a light version. Cami Luna, I think you're the one who you have a light one, which I tried, but you can customize it so much. I've customized mine for Clip Studio, and I just need all the buttons of the larger model. Yeah, Francisco, yeah, macOS does not support touch. Oh, good point, Cami Luna. A few pen displays do come with 2 pens. SenseLab started that trend, by the way. So this is definitely an accessory I would recommend. Another thing is a cleaner. Now I use Whoosh. Okay, supposedly this is what they use in the Apple Store. I really like it. I actually have 2 bottles of it. I actually use it to clean my glasses because it does a good job. That's a nice image, Cami Luna. Yeah. So the context here is the latest Tourbox works with Android and Windows and OS, and it works with iOS, Windows, and Mac OS, but no Android. But I think literally yesterday, someone on the Discord found on Reddit they had said that they're going to add an update to the existing Tourbox Elite Plus. That's a specific model, and that will work with Android. And the reason I like that is that I can then use my moving pad like I use my my desktop. So I'm very excited about that. Okay. What else would I have to say here? Okay, now I'm going to give you a list of buying considerations that you should take into account. Okay, the first is, let's get a brand new whiteboard here. So this is more for like, we're going to go through a list of like just general topics, and I'm just writing down some notes. Sales, right? So there's lots of Black Friday sales happening or that have started. I think Huion has one, and they're pretty good deals. Okay, and they should get better. I think the Canvas Pro 19 I think is going to go down a little bit more in price on the 20th. So wait for that. To $825, I believe someone said. Let's see, Rain, you're going to love the moving pad 14 even more when you use it. Yes, absolutely. Camila says, yes, I have $2 Lite. It was cheap and that's what I needed to. The Elite Plus was announced a week after I got the Lite and I refused to upgrade. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the same reason why I didn't get the Elite Plus. There's no way I was gonna spend another $250. And the same thing happened to me. I got the Elite, and then 1 week later, or something like that, the Elite Plus was announced. Same thing happened to me. Okay, so watch out for the sales, okay? Here's another strong piece of advice. Do not buy the cheapest tablet. The reason for that is there's lots of tablets are being listed they're super heavily discounted because they're not selling, and they need to get rid of them, right? So some of the ones that I don't like are being sold at extreme discounts. And maybe they'll work for you, but I'd be careful because sometimes you get really old tablets. What you'll see is there's a mix, right? There's really old tablets and there's new tablets, meaning ones that were released this year. But you have to watch out. The new tablets, some of the new ones that were released this year use old tech, right? And some actually use new tech, meaning they have the newer style pens. Generally, the easiest way to figure out if you have a new tech tablet is to check the model of the pen. So for example, let me scroll down here. If the Huion tablet uses a PW600 pen, that's a newer tablet, the newest of Huion's, okay? If the XP pen uses X3 Elite, or just X3, or X4 now, it's newer, okay? For Wacom, it's, Wacom matters less, but basically Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, okay? But don't look at when it was released in the market. Look at the pen that's being used. That's a much better way of figuring it out. BPH says Wacom provides 20% off with student pricing. Good to mention that. Thanks, Camila. If you can get the link, that would be great. Okay. Next thing, which is very related to my previous thing about accessories, which people never keep in mind that you need to realize is, let me start a new topic here. This is something that, I fixated a lot at Microsoft. It's called TCO. Total cost of ownership. This is something everyone forgets, okay? TCO, let's give the car analogy. A car costs, let's just say, $30,000. But you're not done, because you have to pay for gas every week, and you have to get the air in the tires, and you have to get an oil change, and there are, you have to get your, vehicle registration done every year, whatever. So there's costs beyond the initial purchase price. And for tablets, people sometimes don't realize these additional costs. So you got to get prepared. Let's talk about the pen. I'm pretty sure 50% of you will lose, break, or something bad will happen to your pen, okay? And you're going to have to buy a replacement pen. So before you buy your tablet, take a look and find out on the Huion or Wacom website how much it would take to replace the pen. Perfect example, Wacom Pro Pen 3. How much do you think it costs? $130. It's not cheap. If you buy it by itself, $130. Pro Pen 2, $80. Some of these pen costs cost more than entire tablets from Huion, okay? Some are cheaper, but basically you don't get cheaper than $50. And this is not as good. This pen, whichever one this is not as good as the $80 pen, okay? Now, Huion, I can't remember the exact price, but the Huion pens are less expensive, and the XP Pen Pro pens, right? So PW600, I think these are $70, maybe $80, and these are $50 or $30 or something. So basically, you have to realize you might have to buy another pen. So you know what I like to do? Make sure you know about the number here and buy a spare pen. Okay? So that's another thing you need to keep track of. Next is nibs. Now, how fast you wear through nibs is an unknown, okay? Some people wear through a nib every couple of days. Some people go years, like me, and their nib doesn't seem to wear at all. But nibs will cost, depending on which brand, they'll cost from they basically cost, 50 cents or $1. I think some Wacom nibs cost $3, okay? So be prepared. If you have any experience with nibs, then you might be on the hook to spend a lot of money, okay? Another thing that I think, there's that cleaning stuff I mentioned. That's another total cost of ownership thing. You might need to get a case for your tablet, especially if you're traveling. And if it's a pen display, you need a hard case to prevent the glass from getting damaged. So be prepared for costs like this, especially losing the pen, okay? Very important you do that. Okay, another thing that comes up as we talk about these tablets being on sale, which is, you'll see tablets that are called Pro versus, non-Pro. So here's a quiz question. Which one of these two tablets is better? Is the Canvas Pro 16 V2, which was just released, okay, better than the Canvas 16 Gen 3? Which one would you buy? This is actually an older tablet, earlier this year maybe, or maybe last year. Which one do you think you should get? I would say the answer is this one. You should get the 16 Gen 3. It costs $50 more, but it's a better tablet. Higher resolution, uses just as good a pen, okay? So Pro did not help you here. Okay, here's another example. It's a very similar example, actually. But instead, we're going to consider the old Canvas Pro. Canvas Pro 16 4K. Okay, was between the Gen 3 and this one. So this is older than the Gen 3. Which one should you get? Again, the answer is this one. Why is that? because this Canvas Pro has a lot of what they call anti-glare sparkle. Looks like there's a lot of like glowing sand on the screen. It's off. So don't pay attention to the word Pro. There are lots of tablets that are called Pro that are not as good as non-Pro versions, okay? So don't let that fool you. You just have to judge the tablet on its merits, not by its name. Let's see. Okay. Now, you'll see, especially, Wacom doesn't have that many tablets listed on their store, but Huion and XP Pen have so many. If you go to their site, you'll actually see it. Huion. Let's go to their store. You just take a look at this. Yeah, they have they have units that are like basically not either 5 years old or maybe older or using 5-year-old tech next to things that came out yesterday. And same with XP Pen. Wacom does that too, but there are many fewer models. Let's find the store. United States. Here's the store. Let's shop. Okay, take a look at this. Look how many pen displays. Oh God. Look how many pen displays they're selling right now. More than half of these I don't think you should get. Okay? There's only a couple here I would really recommend. I mean, I would recommend quite a few here, but half of these I wouldn't, even though they have Pro in the name, right? Like I wouldn't recommend this Canvas Pro 13, which I have. Oh, sorry, I have this Canvas Pro 13, and it's decent, but I wouldn't recommend it because of the anti-green sparkle, right? And these are older tablets, but it's not obvious. Okay. Let's see. Speaking of which, what happens sometimes? I don't know. Maybe can you buy an old tablet? Or maybe a used tablet? Like, is that a viable strategy? You have to be careful. What happens is, especially with Wacom, their professional line of pen tablets, they only support them with new drivers for about a decade. Like, I've counted. It's between 10 to 12 years. So if you buy a tablet that was made 8 years ago, in a few years, there won't be any more drivers for it. Now, I don't know Huion's policy or XP Pen's policy, but you have to be careful. Now, if that happens and the old drivers can no longer be used because there's no new drivers, the old drivers can't be used because Windows may be updated or something and you can't use them, and there are new drivers. You can use Open Tablet Driver, but that is more complicated to set up, and it may not actually support your specific tablet. So do be aware of this. So used tablets are a possibility. I have a guide on buying used tablets as well. Generally, with Wacom, I would say, again, keep in mind that they'll drop support in about 10, well, usually like 10 or 11 or 12 years, okay? But Nick, I like the Ultra. I mean, I like the naming of the Ultra, okay? And I'm going to link my buying guide for used tablets into the chat. Used tablets. There's lots of things to look for used tablets. I've bought a lot of used tablets, by the way. Let's put that in chat. Okay, so definitely take a look at that guide. I think if you're looking for a used tablet, that'll help you out. Okay, upgrading. This is a tough one. Okay, let me start a new one for this. So some of you already have a tablet and you want to upgrade. So there's just a couple of points I want to make about the topic of upgrading. Okay. Number one, And this will make sense if you remember earlier in this video. If you're going from pen tablet and you're thinking about, quote, upgrading to a pen display, remember, you may not like it. Do not assume you will like the pen display. Okay? You got to know that. You may not like the size, you may not like how close it is to you, you may not like how you have to bend your back. So it's not always an upgrade. It's a side grade maybe, okay? So be careful. Number 2, if you are, this is a difficult topic, but if you're going from a Wacom professional tablet, and this is sad, but this is the truth, to anybody, this is danger. Okay? You are extremely at risk to not be happy. Why is that? Because if you use, let's say, the Wacom Pro Pen 2, no pen on the market is as good as Pro Pen 2. None. And what that means is if you switch from Wacom, a professional Wacom system, to anybody else, you will almost certainly have to press harder to draw. And if you're used to the way your Pro Pen 2 works, you will not enjoy this. You will probably despise it. Please be careful. You've already had, you've had a taste of the best. Anything less than that is likely to upset you. So be very careful of this kind of upgrade, okay? I just want to make sure you're clear on that. Number 3, if getting a pen display isn't necessarily an upgrade, and you've already got a Wacom Professional, there are other options for upgrading your experience, right? That do not require upgrade a new tablet, okay? Let me just tell you about a couple of them. Number 1, I think Cammy Luna, you can probably guess what I'm going to list here. The number 1 upgrade I had this year was actually 4 years ago, Tourbox, okay? Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it took me like 6 or 7 months to train myself, and I gave up 3 times to train myself how to use it. But it makes me draw faster, it's much more convenient, and I won't draw without it, okay? Again, it took time, it took effort, but that was a big upgrade for me, okay? And there can be things like that, right? A better, a better desk might be a different desk might be a better investment of money than a new tablet, right? Better lighting in your room might be a better investment of time, or a better investment of money, right? Or if you, can do it, upgrade your RAM, get more RAM or something in your computer, right? Sometimes the answer for upgrading your drawing experience isn't a better tablet, right? I just want you to be careful. And remember, I spend $10,000 a year buying tablets. I can just tell you right now, and I think I'm probably the only person who can, the drawing experience hasn't improved. Do you think every year my experience got $10,000 better? No. The Wacom experience has stayed the same because Wacom was already at the top. The Huion and XP Pen systems got a little bit better, but they're still catching up to Wacom. There hasn't been major jumps. And if I haven't seen those major jumps with the 100 tablets I have, the only way you're going to see a major jump is if your tablet is like really old and has a super high IAF, okay? That's valid. If it's an old consumer tablet and it's really like you have to press super hard, yeah, it'll be a big upgrade. But if you're already with the best, you're not going to see it, okay? Edbot, is that you? MXEd 1916? Let's see. Cami Luna says XP Pen does have drivers for older models such as GS420, but you'd have to I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. So there's another problem with upgrading, which people always forget, and I don't blame them because no one talks about it, except, we will talk about it in the stream. So let's suppose this is that's your monitor, okay? And you have your little keyboard. Sorry, and there's your mouse. And there's your, I don't know. This is your Huion tablet. And it's a pen tablet, okay? Pen tab. And then you've been saving up. And you're like, I'm going to get the Cintiq 24, the 2025 edition, right? Which I love that. I have it set up on my desk over there, right? Which is a pen display, okay? And there's its stand, okay? And in your mind, what you imagine is this. Your Huion is, I'll put the computer here, okay? The Huion's connected to your computer, and you're gonna connect this to your computer, and you're gonna be living life, living large, and you're gonna use this one when you want to with your Huion pen, and you're gonna use the Cintiq with your Cintiq pen. This is a problem. On Windows, the vast majority of the time, having a driver from Huion or anybody and some other brand's driver will cause a conflict. Now, in theory, there are ways that you might be able to work around this conflict, but every time I've tried, the conflict has reared its head, okay? So this is, if you're on Windows especially, this is not gonna work. On Mac OS, it seems to work more often, but even then, some people tell me they have problems installing drivers on their Mac. So this, you have to be aware that this scenario is, again, this is a situation, this is a danger situation, right? This is tablet danger. This may not work. I don't want you to spend $1,800 getting this tablet and you're thinking they're gonna work together and they don't. Okay, so just be aware of this. Okay, let's take a look at the comments. Okay, thanks for joining us, Edbot. Okay, let me get some more water. Whew, I've been talking nonstop. Told you it's gonna be a long stream. I wasn't joking. Danger tab mode. That's right, Camila. You can't believe how many people on Reddit tell me this. They're like, I've got my Huion or XP Pen, I got my Cintiq, which I've been waiting for. They don't work together. Something's like they start drawing and like some app doesn't work with one of the tablets, and they're so frustrated because now they have to pick, or they have to go through this thing where they have to uninstall the driver of the tablet they're not using and reinstall the one they are using. Like, it's such a nightmare. Okay. Where'd you paste the link, Camila? You pasted it in the Discord, I believe. Let's find out. I'm looking. I didn't see it, Camila. Thank you. If you can do that in the Discord, that'd be great. Okay. Now let me check my other upgrade topics. Oh yes. Okay. There's another upgrade which I see people struggling with. Okay. So this was Wacom to somebody else was one thing because you already had the best. Then there's the people who they come from iPad and they're considering getting anybody, Wacom or Huion. Doesn't matter who it is, even if it's Wacom. This is another danger situation. Okay? This is a danger situation because even though there's not like a driver conflict problem, the way the iPad and Apple Pencil work, you'll see more pointer lag typically with applications with any of these. The pens just feel different. I'm not saying worse or better. I'm just saying it feels different. You may not like the way it works on Windows or Mac OS. Okay? Just be aware of that. Okay? So these are sort of buying situations you have to be very clear about. Which brings us to our next topic, since I mentioned Windows and Mac OS. Ed Butt said, is it possible to have Wacom, XP Pen, and Huion open tablet driver? Yes, I've done that many times. Okay, so now the question is operating systems, okay? And so if you have a tablet, whether it be pen display or pen tablet, right? You don't need to worry about standalone because they're standalone, right? Windows, Mac OS, Android, actually, we got Linux, Android. I'm going to put Android and Chrome together. Chrome. And then, of course, iOS and iPad OS. Okay. So, let's just get the easy ones out of the way, okay? Tablets work the best and most completely on Windows and Mac OS. We'll talk about the details in a second. I will say, I'm going to pick a different green. Notice that. They work very well with Linux, but I just don't normally steer the average person toward Linux. You better be a Linux expert or something, okay? Because I think you don't get the full range of features. I know there are just some esoteric features on the drivers that you get with Windows and Mac OS that you don't get with Linux, okay? It's just that's the way it is. And it's no insult to Linux, but there are just more features on the Windows and Mac OS. Android and Chrome, I would say, honestly, it is not quite red, it's orange, right? There's a little green thing here. Like certain cases work okay-ish. Specific combinations of apps and tablets and Android devices work, and all sorts of other combinations don't. Do not assume this will work. The vast majority of the time, it does not work well. Okay? It just does not work well. It certainly doesn't work completely. If Linux is missing a few features, Android and Chrome are missing way more features. Okay? I don't normally recommend this. I don't recommend it. Sometimes you might find it works. Again, it depends on a specific combination of app. There's only two or three. Sorry, we'll get to it. Not all apps work well with these tablets. Okay. iPad OS, it's even worse. It's actually a big red X here. Okay. And basically, only pen tablets work. In some cases, a pen display will just work like a monitor, right? So I just want to be clear here. If you're expecting to use a tablet with your phone, find somebody who's got your exact phone and the exact tablet you want to use and the exact app you want to use and see if they have made it work in all the ways you expect it to work. And if you can't, test it out before you commit to buying the tablet. Because I do not think there's a high probability it'll work. And there's all sorts of issues, and we're going to talk about those issues when I go here in this buying guide. Oops, where's the buying guide? There we go. Operating system. Okay, take a look at this. I actually worked with people like Koyo and Cube on the Discord last night, and we went through these. So I think this does represent a general consensus. So tablets work best on Windows and Mac OS. Okay, there are a few qualifications here, right? Mac OS updates tend to mess around with tablets. macOS Touch, if your tablet supports Touch, macOS is just awful at this. Windows, there's a complication because the drivers and the apps have to be configured to use Windows Ink or WinTab, depending on the situation, and that can be confusing for Windows users. Overall, both work well for me, but each has their quirks, okay? But the key thing is all the features work, and there's no limit. I mean, there's no limit, right? All the features tablets have will work on Windows and macOS. With Linux, I would say it does work, but you have to be an advanced user, right? And core features will work, but more advanced features are not supported, right? There are things the Wacom driver can do, like it can set a pressure curve for the eraser, and that's not there in the UI of Linux. One nice thing is that Wacom drivers are built into Linux. You don't need a special driver, it's built in. But other brands ship their own drivers. One complication is the UI to configure the tablet will change for Wacom depending on the distro. So that can be very confusing, right? On the other hand, I guess you have the opportunity to recompile things and tweak the system. But if you're just a casual user, I don't think this is the right thing for you. Trust me, I wish it was different, but I would not recommend this. If you're an expert and come from Linux, it works fine. BPH, has Touch improved the macOS on new Wacom pen displays? I haven't tried lately, so I'm not sure. I haven't heard any improvement. No one's mentioned any improvements. Okay. What about Android? Yeah, I said it just doesn't work for most people. Most features don't work. There's no driver, so you can't customize things. Lots of pen tablets are prone to distorted strokes. And then it's really hit or miss by apps. Sometimes Concepts works, but High Paint doesn't, or the invert. Like it's a complete mess. So I do not recommend it. iPadOS, again, it's really awful. It's just as bad as Android, but worse. Basically, only 2 or 3 apps works. Like I think Ibis Paint and one other. Pen displays will only work as monitors, and pen tablets only work with Bluetooth. You can't connect them with the wire. So it's just colossal mess with iPadOS. Okay? Don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. Oh, Edbot says, in Linux, you cannot change the fan speed of the Cintiq Pro line. See? Perfect example. Let's see. Galbus says, is there any news about the announced third Wacom product? I haven't heard anything, Galbus. I haven't heard anything about any additional Wacom product, so I am curious. Okay, I am going to get something to, I'm out of water almost, so I'll be right back, and then we will continue. Okay, I am back. Okay, so we covered using tablets with different operating systems. Oh, let's see. And then... Okay, I think we've gone through every major topic I intended to cover. There actually are more topics. But for now, since we've been going on for 3.5 hours, let's just open up any questions. And if there aren't, we'll end. But I want to make sure I get all your questions answered, okay? So I'll just hang out and relax. And I don't know, maybe I'll just hang out on stream. Yeah, well, we actually got through every topic, which I cannot believe we did. Yeah, Nick, you're right. Wacom is pretty good about not talking about future stuff. If they ever talk about it, it's imminent. But they don't tease something. Let's see, man, we went through so much today. I really got to take all of this and compress it down into a smaller video, but it's going to take a while to assemble it. Let's see, is there anything else I want to cover? Emeron, thank you for the great info. Yeah, do you want me to go over the recommendations now? Let's just do it, right? It's not like I'm going anywhere. Let's take a look. Okay, so my recommendations are, there's actually two things we should look at. I still think we're waiting for that Osu tablet. Okay, Milena, no news on it as far as I can tell. So I guess if you prefer pen tablets, ultimately a pen tablet would be your first recommendation. Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't necessarily recommend getting a pen display if your favorite is a pen tablet, for sure. Okay, let's take a look at my recommendations. And we'll take a look at that tier list as well. So here are my recommendations, okay? Again, I'm going to paste this in the chat so that everyone can see exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so again, we have pen tablets and pen displays and standalones. So let's just look at pen tablets. We'll just go real quick through them, okay? Feel free to interrupt. So, Wacom Intuos Pro Small PTK 470. I don't use small tablets, but if you're going to get a small tablet, I like this. Wacom Intuos Pro Small. This is the 2017 version, the PTH 460. Similar, except remember, this thing came out in 2017, so I expect driver support to end by 2029 or 2030. Okay, so I think there's a limited lifetime ahead. Again, these one by Wacom Small, Wacom Intuos Small, these specific models work very well for small tablets. Same with the Huion Frago S. It works great. And these XP-Pen Deco Medium and M and MW work great for small tablets. This Wacom one, the Wacom One S, awful. Weird pressure stuff. Wacom added a firmware update, which improves it, but it just doesn't meet the bar, I'm sorry. But this is my recommendations for small pen tablets. If you want small, I don't recommend small. I recommend medium. For medium, it's pretty much the same. It's almost the same set of tablets. It's the Intuos Pro. Again, I would recommend you get the 2025 version, this PTK 670, as opposed to the PTH 660, because of the driver lifetime. The one by Wacom Medium, fantastic tablet. It's actually getting hard to find for some mysterious reason. It is missing a few features like no tilt, no wireless, but again, it's a great beginner tablet. XP-Pen Deco M, MW, L, LW work fantastic, right? Not as good as the Intuos Pro, but it is fine. Deco Pro also fine. Inspiroi Frago M also fine. Any of these I'd be totally happy if you picked, right? The Wacom 2OS Medium, it's actually decent, but it's $200 for a tablet that's missing tilt and wireless. And at that point, I'm thinking, why? Lots of people seem to get this old Inspiroi HS611. Decent tablet, older tech. I've had one, for 4 years, and it's continued to work, but like you can definitely feel it's older. Like the nib is springy, the tablet surface is not, it's more slick. The pen kind of slides around, but it works fine, right? And I know in a lot of markets, it's in the affordable range for a lot of people. So that's why I wanted to explicitly call it out. It is older, it's not as good, but it works fine. The thing I noticed about the pen was that it had I don't know the IEF, but the max pressure was like 200 gram force, which is okay. Not great, it's just okay. These, I haven't spent much time with it. The Inspiroi 2L, the Inspiroi 2 series in general, were ones at first I didn't like, but I think I've learned tablets a bit better. I would probably move these into the at least decent category, right? Like I'd probably put them between good but overpriced and under top picks, right? Because I think they're okay. They might even be top picks, right? Given what I've learned now. And then pen tablet large, it's really a small set. It's the Intuos Pro larges and the Deco Pro. I actually made a mistake here. Let me fix it. You're going to see me live editing my documentation here. Large PTK. Oh, I'm going to hit edit twice here. PTK. And later on I'll clarify that's the 2025 edition. So these three are really good, actually. I don't travel much, Nick, but I would love to visit. I have some inner ear problems, so that being on a plane is a bit difficult for me. But it'd be amazing to visit Wacom. I mean, I do watch their videos about their headquarters. I'm always wondering what it's like in there. I definitely think that it's it must be magical to work there, just to see what's going on. Okay, give me a second. 1 second. I'm gonna pick up something. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Large, yeah, it's just these two. The Huion Jian is not bad, actually. It's a pretty good value, but I think these three are better. Better overall packages. I'm waiting for Pentec 4.0, meaning the PW600 pens, to go with this Giano. So that's what I'm hoping Huion releases soon, because I would love to use a PW600 pen with a newer edition of this tablet. Pen displays. Now this is fun. This is where this gets a lot of attention. We got let's start with the small again. Canvas 13 Gen 3 is still my top right now. Artist 12 Gen 3, also pretty good. What's funny is when I look at the discounted prices right now, I'm seeing the Canvas 13 Gen 3 sometimes cost less than the Artist 12 Gen 3. So between the two, I would pick the Canvas 13 Gen 3. XP Pen Artist Pro 14. It's good, but it is $400 something. These Artist 12 Gen 2 and Artist 13 Gen 2 work fine. A little dated, but they work fine. The Movink is excellent, but it is $750. And I think the price is, let's see, Nick says, working in Japan is nothing magical. It's Willy Wonka factory kind of magical, but in the way you might like. Interesting. Huion Canvas, the valued compromises are like older tablets that if you're gonna understand how they don't quite live up to the top picks, they might be okay for you, right? But they're not necessarily even cheaper, by the way, right? Like these sometimes are actually more expensive than the better ones above. Wacom 1 2019 Gen 1, again, not worth it. Not worth it, right? Actually, this shouldn't be under value compromises. I actually call this one like not. I don't know what the word is. Just it doesn't deliver enough value. Oh, I did have a video for this as well. Medium ones, which I think that's what I'd recommend most people start at, medium. Right now, honestly, the top pick is a Wacom Cintiq 2025. It's fantastic. And it's right in the price. I know it's a little bit more expensive than the Huion Canvas 16 Gen 3, but like, I think it's worth it. Just remember, it uses more expensive pens, so you have to keep that in mind. These others are good here from Wacom, but they're crazy expensive. Like, look at this one, $2,500, and you get noise, right? Of these, honestly, definitely I would pick the Wacom Cintiq, right? Easily. There's no point for most of you to get the Pro. Cintiq 16 2025 is the one. In terms of 19, both these are good. I prefer the Canvas Pro 19 because it has touch. Again, if you're on Mac, it doesn't matter. Tio thinks that the XP Pen Artist Pro 19 is a better choice, and he's got some really logical reasons for it. And again, these prices are not counting any discounts and sales, so they're going to be less. I think Cami Luna mentioned $825 or something on November 20th, so they're going to be great deals for these two. These are older tablets that have some problems, but if you can deal with what they are, they might work for you. I think probably when I revise this page, I will move Canvas Pro 16 Plus and these two into like, I prefer you don't get them, but if you can tolerate, they're tolerable. That's not a ringing endorsement, but that's what I think. Large, there's a good number of choices here. Canvas Pro 27, easy, but and it's the best. But I think, honestly, do I have it here? Yeah. The real choice here is the Cintiq 24 or 24 Touch from 2025. Great drawing experience, terrific value, and you get the best drawing experience you can get, and you're saving a lot more money compared to the Cintiq Pros, right? I never thought I'd say I liked something better than my Cintiq Pro 22, but I do like my Cintiq 24 Touch, okay? And it is much cheaper, like by almost half. Not cheap, but much cheaper. But if you don't want to go there, then really, probably the best value is the XP Pen Artist Pro 22 Gen 2. I think that's now like $500 or something. Fantastic value. I know, Emron, yeah, it is actually a little bit surprising that you can get the Cintiq, the 2025 Cintiq for less, right? Like, I think it's an amazing deal. And I think Wacom priced it competitively because when it's just a couple $100 more expensive, again, it's not cheap, but Wacom's name brand has a lot of value, and it changes the question from why should I buy this Wacom to, well, why not buy the Wacom, right? So I think they did a very smart thing there. Okay, these are great values, but again, you gotta know what you're getting with these, right? And these costs should come down quite a bit as well with sales, and these now the older models. Cintiq 22 don't get. Screen is washed out, lots of parallax. It's worth investigating, but actually, you know what? Wacom dropped support for this, so I should drop it out of this list or move it to a not recommended. Value with compromises. These are decent, but like, I think some of the other choices above are actually better choices. SenseLabs Pen Display 24. I looked at this. I think it's fine. I think it probably would fit into... it's a challenging one because the performance is decent, but it's very expensive. Emron says, yeah, I have the Canvas Pro 24 4K from forever ago and looking for an upgrade. and the Cintiq 2025 is making it hard to look at them. It is. That's what the effect of that great pricing Wacom did, because people doubt getting a canvas, right? And in response, I think Huion and XP Pen have to price things a bit differently, honestly. It's good, maybe. Oh, standalone. Gotta look at standalone, yeah. So I think I revised this. Let's start with the category it's easy to talk about, which is do not get pen computers, okay? Pen computers is like a Mobile Studio Pro or a Canvas Studio. I don't recommend them because they're too expensive and they're expensive to fix. And they get outdated quickly. I just do not recommend getting these, okay? Doesn't matter how good they are, I don't recommend getting them. Instead, I think you should get either a pen-enabled 2-in-1 laptop. This has been fantastic for me. The drawing experience is decent, but as a laptop with a decent drawing experience, it does a good job. Microsoft Surface Pro, the drawing experience is not as decent. Okay, so I recommend this more for a compute, like a laptop, than like for drawing. Good for note taking, maybe. Pen computers are filled with regret, Camille. Yeah. No, actually, Nick, the Cintiqs have always used the Pro Pen, so they've always had really good pens. In fact, I'm happy Wacom did that. But I know there are probably other ones, but like, I think the best choice, honestly, is the Samsung Galaxy Book 4 or 5 360. I have the Book 5 360. It works well. It's a little expensive for what it is, but it works. The drawing experience of the S Pen is fine, right? Again, it's decent, not great. It's decent. And Cami Luna says, still rocking my Galaxy Book 360 within 2 hours. Yeah, it works great. What I like about the Book 5 360 is that it has one of these newer Intel chips, which is just like more power efficient. So the fans don't really come on. Like, they very rarely come on. And it has really good battery life. So I like it a lot. I draw with it a lot. I draw with it every week. And I draw with it the same way Cammy's talking about. I hook it up to an Intuos Pro. And so you could draw right on it, but I don't do it that way, right? It provides a decent drawing experience, though, if you do that. Actually, let me bring it over here and show you. So I'll be right back. Okay, here is the Samsung Galaxy Book 5 360, and it uses the S Pen. Okay, so let me give the overhead camera. And, you could do it like this. Of course, it's going to be wobbling, right? So you can use like a normal laptop. It's touch sensitive, right? You can see it. I like it. Only limitation, the models in the US apparently only come with a max of 16 gigabytes of RAM. But this is a great 2-in-1, okay? And Samsung, they use the same Wacom UD-EMR tech, Wacom feel. So it's a decent experience. And let's flip this. This is how, if you want to draw on this specifically, you can just do this. Now, it does feel a bit weird to draw like this, right? And I'm gonna move this. Hang on a second. I need a. Here we go. I need a stand. I have a Parblo stand here, PR100 stand. Let me get it. Oops. Okay, here we go. So now it's on a stand, it's a little bit of an angle. So it's, you know, it's almost 16 inches across, right? So it's big. It is big. And to be honest, this might be a good choice for some of you. And let me find Krita. Krita. And with the stand, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really flex back. There's a little bit you can see me moving, but like that's just because the stand is not that big. So let's just go ahead and just do a new image. And I draw on this every week. This is one of my, this is actually my, believe it or not, again, I don't draw it with it this way. I'm just trying to show you that it works fine. Okay. And let me see if I can get a brush there, a better brush than this, just to convince you that everything's actually working. Let's go ahead and, you know what? Pressure isn't working right now. I wonder why that is. I bet you I know. Yeah, that's right. Look, I had it set on WinTab. Let's go to Windows 8 and restart it. Because I'm using the built-in pen, obviously. Because it's using this Intel chip, I forgot what the name is. Was it Lunar Lake? It actually, you know, it doesn't, again, this, Camulina knows, you knew it was Windows Ink. It doesn't get loud, like the fans only rarely come on. Okay, that looks better. Let's make the size bigger. Yep, there's my pressure back, see? I turn off any smoothing. So this is actually a decent 2-in-1. And if I had to pick a 2-in-1, I would not get the Surface Pro. I would get this. Big screen, decent pen, and you know, just it works the way you need to work, right? You don't need to install a driver to use the pen. Yes, it does feel a bit weird to flip it back with a keyboard like this, and you will certainly need a stand. But I think this works fantastic, okay? I think it works fantastic. Okay, let's take a look. I love that Parblo stand, Camulina. BHP, I do a little bit. At least I like to know what it is. But I haven't gone through and kind of evaluated which pixel density I like. I'd have to think more about it. Have you ever broken, cracked any of? No, I have not. I have not. Oh, what do you have way better apps than Krita? Why do you always use Krita? I don't even like Krita, really, Camulina. The reason I use Krita is when I'm showing apps, I want everyone to be able to use the app. So since Krita is free and open source, and we have a number of people on Discord who have looked at the source code. We have a lot of knowledge, and I've looked at the source code as well. We have knowledge about what Krita is doing. So if this makes sense, we can reason about why we're getting the behaviors we see, right? And that's why I use this all the time. It's just a standard thing. It's not that I like Krita. Well, I don't dislike it, but I am in love with Clipstudio Paint, right? And how will you press E to enable a rail? Yes, now I know all about what's going on there, right? And I know to use the, what is that thing called? Where is it? Hang on. Where is that darn... Can I remember it? Scripts, yeah. 10 brushes. 10 brushes script. So now I'm totally happy, right? So I need to hook up the Tourbox for this one as well. But this would be fantastic for me, right? I really like it. So I'm going to make sure it's clear that it's a recommendation for me. And like I said, only every now and then do I hear the fan. And I don't think I've ever heard it get hot. When I first installed it, like the fan was going, like when I first opened it up, I think it was doing a lot of Windows updates. Spill and drop tests in future streams? No, I'm not going to break the tablet like that, PPH. Out of curiosity, in terms of pen display resolution based on your recommendations for large, the Cintiqs are 2.5K versus Huyans. I'm okay with 2.5K. I realize some people, Amaron, are going to not like it. I get it, but I'm okay with it. I know plenty of people who are not. But, you know, it's all about what's it worth to you, right? What is that worth to you? Or to whoever's going to buy something. Hi, Pleasant. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. The Surface Pro 8 is just absolutely a disaster for drawing. It is something you might want to pursue for maybe note-taking or, you know, being at school. But for drawing, I would not recommend. I'd very well sooner recommend the Samsung Galaxy Book than the Surface Pro, okay? And I should probably clarify that, because when I list them like this, it makes it look like they're on the same tier. And I'm like, no, they're different. Let's see. Cami Luna says 2.5K is plenty good. Maybe not for a 27-inch, but it's a sweet middle. Yeah, it's a sweet middle ground, right? Krita is very good. I'm not going to say it's bad. I prefer Clip Studio Paint. That's all. That's all. Okay, now we'll get to mobile devices. Well, this is easy. Wacom wins this one so easily. For sketching, Moving Pad 11. For drawing, Moving Pad Pro. Notice there's nothing else listed in top picks. Okay? Moving Pad Pro is fantastic. It is fantastic. I have no problem recommending it. I love my Moving Pad Pro. I do hope some of the software integration gets better, but it's great. It's great. Now, but it's for drawing. Now, if you want just a general tablet for use, and drawing is secondary, get an iPad or a Samsung Galaxy Tab S, right? They are better for those general purpose things, right? I think the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad is actually pretty good, but it has super bad tilt, okay? That's its problem. But it's a flexible device, right? It's a flexible device. In fact, one of the great things, I actually have it here. Yeah. Here's the Magic Drawing Pad, 2025 edition. Let me unplug. Now watch this, okay? Let me put on the, so first, let me just turn it on, wherever the hell the on button is. Oh, I don't even know what the on, here we go. This is the on button. Okay, hang on. Let me log in. Oh. Okay. So I'm in, okay? Standalone drawing tablet. I don't have a pen with me right now to use with it, but it works fine, except tilt is awful. And what's really cool about this one, which I wish the moving pad worked this way. This cable goes to my my mini PC. And now watch what happens. I love this, okay? And I'm going to zoom in because I want you to see it with a little more clarity. Okay. So, this is the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad 2025. I plug in the Thunderbolt cable from my mini PC. A pop-up says DP in screen sharing. And now it becomes not only a monitor for my mini PC, but if I had the XP Pen X3 Pro pen, I could actually use this, right? And it does support the touch. You can't see it, but this touch is actually doing something on my other monitor, right? So, this is actually the way I wish the moving pad would work, okay? This is the ideal, right? If tilt on this worked, this would probably be a top pick. Honestly. That's all XP Pen would have to do, is fix the tilt from this. I'd make this a top pick for Android. I'd put it right next to the Moving Pad Pro, but they haven't done that. Okay? Let's take a look. Some people on Reddit say that the Magic Pad is TCL Next paper rebrand. I believe it. I mean, I'm not criticizing it. I mean, that's probably what it is. But that doesn't mean it's not good, right? I am actually happy with this. In fact, this tablet, and by the way, it's working. Like you can't see what I'm talking about, so let me change my. Actually, let me get a pen, because then it'll be a better way of experiencing this. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and I got an X3 Pro pen, okay? So what you're not seeing is that if I click here, nothing's happening, right? But it's actually doing something on my other monitor. So let me zoom out. Right? And you might be able to see what's actually happening here. So I'm gonna click down here, and now watch. Let me just close this start menu. I'm gonna click here. Oh, you can't see it. Darn it. Okay, no worries. I'll just bring it up here. I'm gonna click here on the tablet. Watch what happens on the screen above. See? So there's a mismatch here, and there's a way to configure this and set it. And actually, I'm gonna do that just to convince myself I can make this work as I expect. Let me move this out of the way. Move this here. Oh. Hang on one more second. I gotta. Okay, and zoom back in. How do I do it? I'm gonna have to look this up on the interwebs. Let's see. Pen display touch goes to wrong monitor on Windows 11. Okay, because I can't remember how to fix this. Control panel settings display screen. Windows 8. This is all old stuff. Tablet PC settings. That's what it is. Tablet PC settings. It looks like I can't even find it. It's under where? Windows still doesn't help me find things correctly. Tablet PC. Oh, this is so awful. How about pen? Where is this? Okay, now I'm just getting frustrated. Edbot. No, USI bad. All USI bad. It's awful. I don't recommend any USI. I would probably I'd be okay if people got an Microsoft MPP Surface Pro 8 and only Surface Pro 8 and above. The experience is just really bad. Canvas. Okay, I think Huion had the same problems. It's Pro. So I'm gonna look up Huion's problem. Sorry, I know this is just 19 touch, wrong monitor. This is such a strange thing to type in. Someone explained it. Okay, someone got it. Okay. You gotta go to control panel. That's probably what it was. That's what the mistake was. I was not looking control panel. Tablet PC settings, I believe. Yeah. And then you gotta go to configure your pen and touch. Okay, watch this. So what type of screen, oh, you can't see it. So let me flip it around a little bit. What kind of screen do you want to identify? A touch. Well, first, let's deal with pen. Tap this screen with your tablet to set it, with your tablet pen to set it, well, if it's not the tablet PC screen, I hate this UI. Press enter to move to the next screen. Enter. That moved to a different screen. Enter. Now it's here in the right place. So now I'm going to touch it. Okay. Press enter to proceed to the next step. Yeah. Okay. Now the pen's in the right place, actually. Okay. Now what about touch? Touch is in the wrong place. Okay. And Wacom's complaining, but that's fine. Now we'll figure out touch. Now let's configure touch. Okay, that's not the right one, so hit enter. That's not the one, hit enter. Now we're on this one, tap it with my finger, and then that's it. Okay, now touch works. Yeah, see? So this is fantastic for me because I want you to understand my scenario here. I can use this like a pen display. I can open up Krita, right? I'm gonna drag Krita into this. I want to show you why I like the idea of this tablet. Actually, let me make sure I configure the monitors correctly as well. Identify 3-in-1. There we go. Now it's all set up the way I expect. There's Krita. Let's go down here. Okay. So as I'm using this device, I would create a new document. I hate that Discord thing. So, I might be like, note-taking with you all, right? And I'm like, blah, 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 I'm using like a normal pen display. And then I disconnect it. And then I'm still talking to you, but I can, look up on Discord or whatever while I'm working with you. So I like the idea that it serves both roles. This is actually a good feature that the Moving Pad Pro does not easily have. And again, if this could just fix its tilt, then I would be like totally happy with this device, honestly. So I know I went deep into this problem, but I think the newer Surface Pro pens that like the Surface Slim Pen 2 is better, but it's still awful. I think USI is just even worse. But I haven't, I can't list all the specific ways. It's just from what I've seen from USI. In your opinion, has the ceiling been reached in terms of technical advancement for drawing styluses, or is there still a long way to go before they can match real pencils and paper? I think there's a way to go. Yeah, I think there's two ways where they can go. First of all, they haven't even, Wacom competitors have not. They still haven't met Wacom's bar, so that's some way to go. Wacom has dropped barrel rotation, so that's something they can sort of add. Sorry. And there are features they're missing. Apple Pencil Pro added Find Me, so your pen will not beep, but like if you lose your pen, your iPhone can like radar can find it. That's a great feature for a $130 pen. Apple Pencil Pro supports squeeze. You can squeeze it. That does something. So there are more features we can get, right? There is more technical innovation, right? I think there are probably more innovation with how certain. Sorry, I need to cough a little bit. Sorry about that. I think there's more innovation can be done with certain aspects of the pen. So, for example, consistency in their pressure range, how they can be less sort of noisy at low pressure levels. I think probably these pens, there's still more features that might be interesting in them, right? I think it might have been Nick, I think, who mentioned, please correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. You mentioned like if they can measure not only pressure that's going into the pen, but pressure that's going at an angle from it. I forgot what you call that. But like, there's more they could add. There's more actual things they can do. Now, the second part of your question is before they can match real pencils and paper. And I think they will never match pencil and paper because the way things work, they will never simulate one. So we have to take them on their own merits. We have to use them as their own kind of creative tool and not necessarily try to mimic pen and paper, right? And that will open up new opportunities for us. So for example, here's an idea. I was actually thinking about this just today, which is maybe one accessory a pen tablet can have is a camera. And maybe that camera's purpose is not to film you per se, but it can take advantage of your hands doing things in front of your tablet that will give it additional ways of interacting with your pen and your device. Like, and I don't know, I'm just kind of brainstorming, but I think there's a lot of more innovation there. But I don't think the future of pens is simulating pen and paper. I think there's other things they can add and improve the experience. But yeah, even beyond that, there's other integrations. Like I would love to see if Huion and XP Pen made something like a tour box. I would love if Wacom did that. Because at some point they will hit, it gets harder and harder to innovate. And the pens are pretty good these days. Let's not pretend they're not. Soon, every pen will be as good as the Pro Pen 2, and that's game over, right? Then you wouldn't be able to pick between the tablets very easily. Okay, so what was I showing you? I was talking about pen tablet. No, sorry. Pen standalone recommendations. Once Gen Beta kids are born, we as a society will forget what pen and paper have. Probably true, Cami Luna, honestly. Mobile device. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Let me show you again. So basically, Moving Pad Pro, which is right here. You know, I love it. I can't say anything good. I can't say enough good about it. Yes, it's not perfect. Yes, instant pen display is kind of clunky and hard to set up, but like, this is an awesome tablet. And I use it a lot. I don't use it every day, but I use it a lot. And I draw in bed with it a lot. Oh wait, they're here. That's right, they are here. Okay, so for drawing, the Moving Pad Pro is the best. No competition. There is no competition for this thing, okay? What about for general usage? Yeah, Apple iPad and Samsung Galaxy Tab. And we talked about pen, 2-in-1 laptops. Yeah, so I'm not gonna bother showing the Surface Pro. It's fine, but you know, it's not meant for drawing. It's not meant, no matter what they tell you, it's not meant for drawing. Okay, man, how long have I been going? 4 hours, 15 minutes. I think my longest stream was 5 hours. Maybe 6, so I'm not close to beating my record. But man, this was a good session. Okay, I think I'm gonna wind it down. We've been going for a while. And I love doing this live because it makes me think about how to structure the content. But while we're winding down, let's just chill out. And if you have questions, let's hear them. In the meanwhile, you know what? I'm gonna let's see if Brad Cobo or Tio there's any tablet news going on. How's that? I don't see anything. Actually, I want to test something with you all, if you'd like. I want to talk to you about tilt and barrel rotation. If anyone is willing, maybe I'll draw something, maybe. But let me show you something. It's a tool I built, okay? And I posted this to the Discord, but which I'm gonna paste the Discord link because I know some people have not joined it yet. Okay, so let me okay. So have you ever wondered what the difference is between tilt and barrel rotation? And I wanted to show it to you. I built a special tool that explains it. This is called my this is my pen 3D simulator, okay? And so this is a tablet, okay? Actually, is this Chrome? No, that's Edge. That's okay, maybe it'll work, okay? I got the Moving Pad Pro and love it, but the pressure sensitivity of the Pro Pen 3 is weaker on it compared to the Cintiq Pro. It's just me. Okay, so you're talking about using the Pro Pen 3 with the Cintiq Pro or the Pro Pen 2? Can you clarify that? And then I think I can say. So let me just clear everything first, because you're not going to understand what you're seeing. Okay, here we go. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. So this is a simulation of a pen on a tablet, okay? I vibe coded this last night, by the way. And the pen is tilted over, but I'm going to untilt it, okay? And it's straight up and down. Now what I want you to notice is the pen is completely vertical. And just for a second, I'm going to show you the axes. So the Z means going up, X is to the right, and Y is coming toward us, okay? Neskane says, the Pro Pen 3 that comes with the Moving Pad Pro. It's unclear. It's unclear. I have not noticed that, but I will continue to check, okay? I can do some measurements with my equipment to compare the IAF. You're talking about the IAF, right? On the Moving Pad Pro compared to, let's say, an Intuos Pro, and see if I notice a difference. Now, the thing is, I'm not good at testing IAF, so I can't say I'm going to measure a low number, but I can say, is the number consistent between the two? I suspect it's probably going to be consistent, and that some of the IAF people say is different. This is just in general, is actually due to the fact that the IAF, it's also sensitive not only to the angle of your hand, but also to the angle of the pen, the tilt of the pen, but also to the friction of the surface. I've noted, I feel like that's also in play. I just have to do more experiments, okay? Okay, so there's a shadow underneath this, so there's a light coming from above, so this dark disc here, let me zoom in. That's actually just a shadow, okay? It's directly underneath the pen, and it looks like I reach full opacity very easily on Moving Pad Pro compared to the Cintiq Pro. Okay, that's easy for me to test. I will test that. Check your pressure curves, though, on your application. Make sure there's nothing weird on the Moving Pad Pro in the application. And try with my testing app, because I know what it does. Give me a second, and I'll paste it in there. Let's see, it's under Tools, Tablet Tester. See with this app, okay? If you get the same experience. Okay, back to my demo. So, what we're gonna do then is we're gonna tilt it, and when you tilt is tall off of two, basically with the pen, its orientation relative to the tablet relates how high it is above the tablet. That's called the hover distance, right? And its X position, obviously, and its Y position, right? Now watch this. There are ways of rotating the pen that account for tilt and barrel rotation. I'm going to clarify that. This is called tilt altitude, right? And all it means is the pen goes from vertical and tilts down toward you. That's it. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go to the left, it doesn't go right, it just goes down toward you. And altitude basically means how high the pen is, right? So when the altitude angle is 60, it's up completely, and when it's like down, or so it's 0. When it's down to 60, it's all the way down. Okay? Clear enough? Now, how do we get all these other angles? Well, there's another rotation involved. Okay? Before I do that, let me show you the tilt altitude rotation. You see this semicircle and this arc, right? Let me get a little closer here. Do you see that? Let me change it again. See? The arc isn't shown when there's no tilt. Okay? But now you understand what's going on. Well, how do you get all the other tilts? That's called the tilt azimuth, or some people call it the bearing, which is like the compass direction. And that's this slider. And watch that. Pretty obvious what's going on now, right? So there are actually 2 rotations for tilt. And now, let me change the altitude a little bit. Notice that the pen actually has a checkerboard pattern. Now I'm going to show you another rotation, which is barrel rotation. And barrel rotation is this. Okay, and this is how barrel rotation works. So this is my simulator. And barrel rotation also has a little bit of a... I can add all these circles that show you how these things change, right? Does that make sense? I'm actually planning on developing this little simulation tool to show you all sorts of things like parallax and no, Nick, I didn't. I literally, first of all, thank you, but I didn't learn any. I learned nothing from this. I used Google AI Studio last night for about 4 hours, and I just said, hey, I want to do a pen simulation and this, and it just built all of this for me. The only real way I contributed is at certain combinations of angles of rotation, weird transitions were happening, and I know enough 3D math to tell Google AI Studio, instead of calculating the angles this way, use quaternions. And that solved the problem. And you probably know what a quaternion is, right? So yeah, it did all this for me. I didn't have to write a bit of code, right? But yeah, I'm gonna tell it to add a sheet of glass on top of it so I can show you parallax. I'm gonna have it highlight which sensor these grid lines are from the digitizer, have them sort of glow, showing you the strength of the signal, right? I'm going to show you how tilt is calculated on the digitizer. I'm also going to add an LCD layer so you can actually see a red pixel follow the pen tip. So you'll be able to tell the difference between the registration problems of a pen versus the parallax effects of a pen, right? So that's, this is going to be a teaching tool for me, right? Because it's really hard to film some of these concepts. And so yeah, I'm super happy. And then I'm even going to add the ability for this thing kind of animate a little bit so you can see the pen in a more natural way. And I'm going to wrap all this in kind of an API. So if anyone wants to do their own pen simulation to illustrate something, they can pretty easily tweak this, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad you think it's impressive, but it was all Google AI Studio. I didn't have to do much of anything. I just kept on telling it what I wanted. I did tweak a few things, like I tweaked the text and some CSS stuff here, but there's a lot of 3D code in there. Like I would not have been able to do this in a night. Anyway, yeah, this is my demonstration. I'm actually going to use this. I'm planning a video on barrel rotation, and I'm going to use this to help explain what barrel rotation, which I'm trying to demo here, what barrel rotation actually is. Look at that. I know, I just like the way it looks, right? And I have other kinds of tilt X, tilt Y. I like these kind of fancy infographic displays, right? Yeah, Nick, I realized that. I could do it just by creating, hovering the pen a bit, and you can see the tip points at different things. But I thought with the glass layer and with simulating the LCD, it would help make it more obvious, right, what the issue is. And just so everyone understands, let me turn off all this stuff. And let me show you. So I'm gonna leave. Sorry, I can't leave my mouse there. But see, you know, I know what to do. See this gray line there, right? There should be one at the bottom here. Oops. Let me zoom back out. Yeah, there we go. So that gray line is pointing to the square. Okay. I'm gonna move this. Now remember, the pen tip is touching that square, okay? It is literally touching that square, okay? Oops, sorry, I accidentally moved that way too over. Okay? There's no doubt, our eyes say the tip of that pen is in that square. But the reason parallax causes weird effects, remember, so the pen is completely accurate. So even if I move the pen up, this green line still touches that square, see? So the pen is completely accurate. But notice, visually, the tip of the pen now is looking, I mean, it's touching a different square, the one above, right? It's supposed to be touching where the green line ends, meaning visually, it is above it, but visually you see it touching so if you increase the distance it hovers, the more off, it's completely perfectly accurate, it looks apparently inaccurate. And the other facet of parallax is which square it's touching depends on which angle you're looking at it. So that's why parallax is a bit weird, because it's not that the pen is inaccurate, it's just the parallax causes you to see it touching different things. And Nick, what I want to do is have like a red pixel to more clearly indicate the tablet knows where the pen is, and show you that as I rotate, as there's more distance, that it looks like it's not touching that red pixel. Does that make sense? Yeah, so at least that's my idea. We'll see how that works out. The other things I want to illustrate is how tilt is calculated, which requires some other weird stuff going on. Okay, everyone, I think that's it for the night. I've been going on now for 4.5 hours, and I think we've had a good session. I didn't mean to get too geeky on this parallax, this tilt stuff, but it was awful fun to do it. As always, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. It was fun, and I may do, I will probably do, as the weeks go on, not quite the same stream, but just office hours for people drawing tablets, and hopefully we can answer any more questions people have. Everyone, have a great night. I had a lot of fun going through all this stuff and talking to you, and always your energy kept me going as well. Anyway, have a great night and enjoy your weekend. I will be back very soon.